All right. Counselor Hill, do you want to read us out of closed session?
Move the city council members certify by recorded vote that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed meeting.
Second.
Ms. Thomas?
Mayor Walker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Councilor Hill,
Yes.
Councilor Payne,
Yes.
Councilor Snook.
Yes.
Thank you. I call the regular meeting to order. Have a moment of silence. All right. Thank you. Ms. Thomas, would you do roll call, please?
Mayor Walker,
Present.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Here.
Councilor Hill,
Here.
Councilor Payne,
Here.
Councilor Snook.
Here.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Madam Mayor, I would like to ask to add one thing to the agenda. It would be to move to add the discussion of the appointment of an acting ADA coordinator.
Okay. And I would like to also request to add the discussion of the termination of the police chief.
Could we have those as two separate votes?
Yes. All right, is there agreement to add for item number 15, discussion of the ADA coordinator to the agenda?
I would second that motion.
Ms. Thomas?
Mayor Walker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Councilor Hill,
Yes.
Councilor Payne,
Yes.
Councilor Snook.
Yes.
All right, thank you. And item 6.
There a second?
All right. Next, we have the, are there any announcements, counselors? Hold on, I think there's a.
Alex Ann had sent us something.
There was something from today.
Yes, yeah, I have it. On Monday, September 20th, 2021, Alexanne presents CYM, Close Your Mouth and Listen Day. It's the 4th annual event. The program will be, can be viewed on Comcast Channel 14 from 6:30 to 7 p.m. and at alexanne.com. All area citizens are encouraged to be still and quiet for 1 minute. Take a moment and listen and think before you act. Be mindful when speaking. Choose words that are helpful, not hurtful. This day and beyond, allow people to share their thoughts and feelings without interruptions. Respect individual differences and expressions, and just CYM and listen. There are posters and stickers available upon request, and you can visit alex-zan.com for more information. Are there any more announcements? Any recognitions and proclamations?
Madam Mayor, it's not really a proclamation, but I think we should recognize that the Charlottesville High School football team won its first game in a very long time last week.
All right. Any other? And congratulations, Black Knights. I'm a little bit distracted, but yeah, that's good. Good for them. And so for recognitions, for me, I would just like to thank Chief Brackney for her leadership and apologize on behalf of the city for a termination that has tarnished her reputation when she was doing exactly as someone who sat around the table to hire her and was able to participate in that democratic process, which apparently has changed now. I would just like to thank her. I know that during this time of being on council, a lot of very challenging topics, the threats that I've received. I know former Councilor Bellamy, Wes Bellamy, let's get these Bellamy straight, but that he received, that no matter how insignificant it may have appeared to other people, that she took it seriously, alerted us to, things that we needed to consider to keep ourselves safe. And I appreciate that. To the community, I think it's going to be very important for you to decide what kind of city that you want. I did a post on Facebook. I've done many, but post about this. I think it's pretty clear that I don't just, as people have been saying, stand up for people because of their race. But I do take particular interest to the plight of Black people. And I'll never apologize for that. However, when you have someone who's managed to survive in an institution of policing for over 30 years and not lose themselves and be able to show up in this city after 2017, take all the torment and ridicule that she's experienced, and most of it was not based on any facts, and still attempt to reform a police department that clearly doesn't want reform. I hope that whatever the next phase of her journey is, that people who are looking into that journey are digging much deeper than the surface level and not requiring her to be anything they wouldn't require of any other police chief. So you have someone who's outspoken, direct, knowledgeable, and willing to question information that she's presented and not take it just as presented. She's not a robot, doesn't pretend to be. And as I like to tell people, I like for individuals to tell me when they think I can be doing better and to challenge me. I am not open to challenge around toning down conversations around racism, because unless I miss something, I wake up every day Black. And this world impacts us very differently because of that. It is important for those reforms to happen. I can't imagine, I hope I'm wrong, but I can't imagine anyone who would do the work that's most necessary, because personalities, what someone felt about her tone or energy, I often ask, and I just asked Chip the information the other day, is what she's saying inaccurate? Not that you didn't want her to bring it up at a certain time, but was the information she presented inaccurate? I know that some of you all have used the energy from the community, which the community won't know for years. They say, I'm not doing anything, that you all are not doing anything. They won't know for years the efforts that we put in to make this community better, and not just for the wealthy, and not just allowing the wealthier members of the community to be the ones that benefit from this community after it's been built off the backs of Black and Hispanic and other low-income community members. People try to divide race and class, but the whole class concept started after building economic institutions off the backs of Black people and stealing land from indigenous people. And I think, many of the faces on the screen today are white, and we are still struggling with understanding the true impact of structural racism, systemic, institutional, very few people understand it. And to have someone who is not warm and fuzzy, and I would like for someone to tell me when they asked long ago to be, but a Black woman is always required to be everything someone desires of her and don't have the audacity to be bold and outspoken. And what you all have done with firing her in the way that she was fired, I have said publicly to her and to the city manager, I was no longer asking her to stay here. It didn't seem that the community could get itself together on what they were requesting. When there are battles when the police chief is one of the people in the room saying, I don't want to over police neighborhoods, and it's a call from inside that neighborhood to over police, is such a contradiction. And it's not what we requested for her to come here for. And for people to use that energy of people not getting immediately what they ask when what they're asking is doing harm, and she has signed up to do no harm, and to take that, allow misinformation to spread, allow a member that sits on a board and commission that we appointed to use misinformation to think that she's the reason that they are not going to be employed, and allow those things to linger. And then to take what doesn't seem like much information and terminate her in this very public way, release press releases without names on it and don't claim it when you've sat in the room, the attorney has sat in the room, city manager sat in the room, and 2 other officers, and not own to the community that you've done that is shameful. And Chief Brackney, I recognize, as I have been, not because you're a Black woman, it is amazing for me and awesome that you are, but that you were taking families that you didn't know have any direct contact to, and you were taking into consideration the plight that they've experienced in this community since their ancestors were enslaved here, and wanting to right the wrongs that were done to them, and try to show up every day, even though many of them spewed hateful and hurtful words towards you. And you still showed up, tried to create a blueprint of what 21st century policing in Charlottesville, Virginia would look like, held your officers accountable for not being able to target and abuse the most vulnerable citizens in this community, especially Black men and Black women. And if nobody else will applaud you and say thank you, I am here. I am saying thank you. I hope my record for anywhere that you will go after this will speak volumes to the people who will research and look at this. And I hope that you continue to make this change somewhere in the world. I wish it was here, since the majority of my family is here. But since we are not going to be able to continue to do this work together here, I hope that some community somewhere with people who have suffered the same plight gets to benefit, not ask you to come in and be warm and fuzzy for them, not ask you to tone down who you are, everything that you've had to do to survive in an institution that probably did not want you there to reach the highest level. But I hope they look at the fact that they never want their child, their brother, their sister shot on their couch, shot in a park as soon as they pull a gun out, walking while Black, driving while Black. I hope that they get the benefits of the intelligence and commitment that you brought to this job.
I'll move to the consent agenda. Consent agenda. 1, minutes. July 19th, closed and regular meetings. July 27th, work session. August 2nd, regular meeting. 2, resolution amending the FY 2020-2021 Community Development Block Grant and Home Investment Partnerships Program Minor Action Plan Budget. Second reading. A, resolution amendment to Community Development Block Grant account $85,843.66. B, resolution amendment to Home Investment Partnership Program $21,384.80. C, resolution approving the FY 2020-2021 minor annual action plan amendment. 3, ordinance amending and reenacting the Code of the City of Charlottesville, 1990, as amended in order to remove masculine and/or feminine language and to substitute gender-neutral pronouns. Second reading. 4, resolution appropriating housing opportunities for people with AIDS, HIV, grant funds to the Thomas Jefferson Area Coalition for the Homeless, or TJAC, $288,172, first of 2 readings. 5, resolution appropriating funds from the Thomas Jefferson Area Coalition for the Homeless, TJAC, to the Department of Human Services, $10,000, first of 2 readings. 6, resolution appropriating funds for the Virginia Behavioral Health Docket Grant, $49,000, first of 2 readings. 7, resolution appropriating funds for the Charlottesville Albemarle Adult Drug Treatment Court Grant Award, $240,000, first of 2 readings. 8, resolution appropriating Bama Works grant funds for the recruitment and retention of Black, Indigenous, and people of color foster families, $5,000, first of 2 readings. 9, resolution amending and reauthorizing funds to construct a bike and pedestrian bridge from McIntyre Park, $50,000, 1 reading. 10, resolution appointing the city voting representative to Jaunt Inc. shareholders meetings, 1 reading. 11, resolution approving the city manager's hiring recommendation for the Police Civilian Review Board Executive Director.
Is Mayor Walker in attendance?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So, Mr. Willer, would you see if there's any comments from the public?
Thank you, Mayor Walker. If you'd like to address council for one of those 11 items that was on the consent agenda, please click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. If you're joining us via telephone, you can press star 9. If you want to comment on other issues, you should wait for community matters. First up is Jeff Fogel. Jeff, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Brian. First, I'm still in a little shock over what I thought I heard, which was the 4 white counselors saying we refuse to discuss what happened to the chief in public. But really what I came to talk about in this session, because we'll get back to that later and ensuing weeks as well, is approximately 6 years ago, I started coming to this council and talking about how outrageous it was that people in our specialty courts had to plead guilty in order to get help. 6 years have passed, and we haven't even gotten an explanation of why that is so. The only explanation I heard, which I think is probably accurate, was from Lloyd, who said 20 years ago, the prosecutors felt that if they were going to give somebody a break, they were entitled to something back. Well, that was 20 years ago. This is 20 years later. Why can't you even get an answer from the people who run the drug court or from the Commonwealth attorney about why it's necessary to make people plead guilty in order to get help? Well, I know that there are at least 4 people on this council who've told me they don't agree, but those are the same 4 people, or 3 of the 4 people, who don't even talk about it. For some reason, they know it's wrong, but I don't know whether they're afraid to talk about it. They don't have enough information. They never asked for any information. We did ask for information about 4 or 5 years ago. Never got it. Never got it. There is no reason to require people to give up their 4th, 5th, and 6th Amendment rights in order to enter a specialty court. It is an injustice to them, and an injustice to a system which purports to believe that everybody is treated equally and is innocent until proven guilty, not coerced into pleading guilty. That's all I have to say on the subject.
And I'll just add, we talked about this in the Imagining Jessivo group, and you're in that group, so you know that we haven't reached any kind of conclusion after the last allocation to drug court. I did reach out. I spoke with the Commonwealth attorney, and I was supposed to meet with their board and receive an invitation at some point, and I haven't received it yet. So I did reach out to talk about what those changes could potentially look like. And as you know, we've also tried to discuss what that could look like in the Imagining Jessivo group.
Mayor Walker, I turned off his microphone. Did you need Mr. Vogel back?
No, I just wanted to say that publicly again.
Our next hand for the consent agenda is Tanisha Hudson. Tanisha, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
So I also want to just follow up with Jeff that the audacity of you 4 counselors that didn't want to second or the motion to discuss the firing of Chief Brackney. This is beyond outrageous. This is disgusting that you all have the audacity. Cena, you are the vice mayor.
Ms. Hudson.
No. This is part of the consent. Y'all had to vote on this. So this, I'm sticking to the program. Nobody wanted to second to have that discussion. It is disgusting that you ruin people's reputations. You ruin their work and track record. Look away, Heather. You should. It's disgusting. Cena, you are the vice mayor. You do nothing. You show no leadership at all. And then y'all blame all the Black people for the problems. Like it's all the Black people. And you white people play no part. And y'all the main ones that's offing everybody. Y'all playing Call of Duty, doing straight headshots, taking everybody out of their jobs. It's disgusting. And I'll finish my comments doing public comment. Y'all should be ashamed. It's sickening. And you all look racist as hell. And that go for you too, Chip, sharing personnel information, since we want to have that discussion. I'm done.
Mayor Walker, there are no other hands raised.
Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'd move its approval.
Second.
Ms. Thomas?
Mayor Walker,
No.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Councillor Hill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Snook,
Yes.
Okay, that carries 4-1. Next up, we have the city manager's response to the community matters and to counselors.
Thank you, Mayor. Some follow-up on previous meetings and council requests. Staff is working on a financial report of the funds that the city provides for direct housing support to families and supportive housing services in comparison to the funding provided by the city to nonprofits and other agencies for housing initiatives. We should have that report to you, hopefully by your next council meeting. I've got two projects that I just received requests today for information. We haven't been able to get an update on, one of which we were not aware of until today, but it's a status report on the bridge over the railroad on Melbourne Road. The project has moved from one side of the road to the other, which means it's over halfway complete, but I don't have a time frame for when that work will be completed. The other is Ravenna Trail Boardwalk in the Greenbrier neighborhood. Just the notice today gave us information that that boardwalk is in need of repair. At your next council work session, a reminder, Fire Chief Smith will present a report on the proximity versus availability EMS responses. Staff has developed the formal application process to create roadside memorials along certain city streets for family members of those fatally injured in auto accidents. This program should be available by October 1st. And then finally, city office procedures for COVID safety protocols have been extended into October with a possible further extension. All visitors, contractors, and city facilities must have face masks, and all employees must wear face masks unless in an approved closed office space. Vaccination reporting is being increased, and we're exploring increased testing procedures. Mandated vaccinations and testing remain an option according to how the COVID numbers do rise in our area in the coming days and weeks. Mayor, that's all I have tonight.
Mr. Brown, is your hand raised to comment there?
Yes, ma'am. It's just a follow-up to Mr. Boyle's comment regarding the Melbourne Bridge.
Okay.
That project is anticipated to be completed towards the end of this month with both lanes of traffic open for vehicular traffic. We've been working with the Charlottesville City School System to coordinate bus traffic moving through that area, as well as providing pedestrian access to the fields. So I believe that should address the comments or questions, but we anticipate it being open, both lanes of traffic, by the end of this month.
All right, thank you. All right. Next up, we have community matters. It looks like we have 8 people signed up, and I think the first on the wait list will become number 1. Am I correct with that, Mr. Wills?
That's correct, Mayor Walker.
Okay, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. If you'd like to get in line to address council, please click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. If you're on via telephone, you can press *9. The 2 people we had on the wait list, Sherry France and Harrison Brookman, you'll want to raise your hands if you want to get in line, because our other 8 speakers are all present. Our first speaker will be Forrest Colland. And let me find Dr. Colland. Dr. Colland, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can.
Perfect. I'd like to begin by introducing myself. I rise tonight to speak about the recent proximity-based dispatching system implemented by the City Fire Department. First of all, let me apologize for my appearance and the possibility that I could get called away. I'm the trauma surgeon on call tonight for the University of Virginia Health System. I am a graduate of Harvard University, the Mount Sinai School of Medicine. I did 10 years of residency training here at the University of Virginia and at the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia. I am a tenured faculty member here in the School of Medicine and have published more than 50 peer-reviewed scientific publications in the scientific literature. In addition to this, I was formerly the state chair for performance improvement for the entire Commonwealth of Virginia. That's for trauma care, and a member of the Medical Direction Committee. I'm here speaking tonight because I'm concerned about the proximity-based dispatching system implemented by the fire department and the systematic disenfranchisement of the Charlottesville Albemarle Rescue Squad as a participant in the city EMS system. I think that the most important message that I have to convey to all of you today is that the system that has been designed and implemented is not well conceived. I'm going to surprise you with something I'm going to tell you next, which is that survival in an urban EMS system is actually inversely proportional to the number of paramedics that are deployed out in the city. And the current system has sought to employ paramedics in 3 different city ambulances, all out providing care by the fire department in the city and its environs. The reason that this is a problem is that none of the providers who would participate in such a system are going to annually get enough experience to actually remain competent in their art. There are only about 900 advanced life support calls per year in the entire city of Charlottesville. If we divide those among a maximum of 12 people, that's only 75 calls per year per provider. And that means 1.5 calls every 48-hour shift for a firefighter. I would like to propose that the system that we had in place for 10 years prior to this was quite effective. It met every performance standard that had ever been implemented. And the last thing I want to say about it is that I hope you all are aware that the SAFER grant from the Homeland Defense that the fire department has used to hire 15 firefighters to staff this system will expire in 2 years, and you all will be implementing a budget for $2 million additional dollars per year to pay for those firefighters. This has to be addressed. I'm willing to talk off the record to any of you who want more scientific basis for this opinion, but I'm very concerned about the way this has been implemented.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Elizabeth Stark, who will be followed by Gloria Beard. Elizabeth, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. Hello, Mayor Walker, councilors, and Mr. Boyles. I'm commenting tonight to ask that the city continue to push forward on the important work of creating a more dense, walkable, and inclusive city. We know that the future land use map, or FLUM, process is heating up, and there are some in this town who do not want it to move forward. In affluent neighborhoods across the city, homeowners are fighting against greater density in favor of a status quo that benefits them personally and financially at the expense of renters, would-be homeowners, and prospective residents. That the so-called character they're seeking to preserve in this neighborhood is the echo of explicit racist covenants doesn't matter to them. Nor does it matter that the artificial scarcity that they fight for keeps other people locked out of the housing market. These landowners tell us that they do support racial equity, but only when moves toward an equitable future have no effect on them personally. In other words, they support equity in a more sustainable city, just not in their own backyards. What this boils down to is a belief that in purchasing a plot of land, they also purchase the right to direct what happens on every nearby plot of land. We see this attitude time and again in comment and meetings. They're concerned about traffic on their streets, but not traffic coming to town from surrounding counties. They worry about so-called apartment people walking down their streets, but they don't care what conditions those apartment people live in. They think that 200 signatories on pro-density letters shouldn't have the same weight as their signatures. As we've all sat through long meetings, both here in the Planning Commission, I've been heartened to hear that many of you continue to speak out in favor of density and affordability. Thank you. The privileged are pulling out all the stops and have shown how far they will go to defend the status quo, whether that be comparing rezoning to the pain of a devastating crime, denigrating the intelligence of low-income housing advocates, suggesting that preserving several trees might trump the environmental benefits of a denser Charlottesville, or asking why those of us who want affordable housing don't just move to the county. As we move forward, it's time for all of us to decide which side we are on. I am on the side of change, affordability, density, and equity. I believe density should be focused in the neighborhoods near UVA and downtown, especially those that have the least amount of density now. It's time to embrace a better future for everyone in Charlottesville. And to quickly switch gears, I'll say that the city needs and deserves an explanation as to why the police chief was terminated. I also believe that Bellamy Brown went outside the purview of the PCRB when he brought up the concerns of police at the PCRB meeting. I do not believe he can effectively advocate for those harmed by the police and also advocate for the police themselves. It's clear to me that he should not be reappointed to the PCRB. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gloria Beard, who will be followed by Jeff Fogel. Gloria, you're on with council, and you've got 3 minutes.
Can y'all hear me?
We can.
All right. Well, I have a few things. You know, my heart is heavy because it's, for one thing, I like to know who is the hierarchy of city council or city hall, period. Because, and this is coming from me personally, no, I'm not representing any organization right now. Myself personally as a citizen, I want to know, I'd like to have an answer tonight, please, y'all. I've been asking questions all along and I don't never get a response. So I need to know something, these things, because and this coming from the decision that was made for the chief to go. And Mayor Walker didn't know about it. She is the mayor. Why didn't she know about the plan? You know, it makes me feel like, okay, if I had a problem, when would I know? They'll just come and tell me one day, you got to go. I mean, that don't make sense. This should have been, why wasn't she on probation? Why did the community didn't know what was going on? Why are we shut out? We don't know a darn thing since we had this COVID happen. We sitting in the house having these meetings on Zoom. We don't know. I feel like we're left out, and I have a heavy heart tonight, seriously. Right is right, wrong is wrong. For one thing, I'm not ashamed to say it. I am a Christian. There is Christian ways to do things in this community, y'all. I've been here 40-something years. I'm ready to go, honestly. I want to know, too, we are citizens, and that people have been talking to me because they trust me. They have questions. They are confused. It seems there is no order or togetherness anymore. I'm sure and it makes our city look bad, you all. My son lives in Ohio. He hears all this stuff way up there in Ohio. It travels. Y'all might not think so. It don't stay in Charlottesville, let me tell you. And it's so sad. And then, you know, when you ask questions, like I said, I like to have an answer to what's happening here. Did y'all know about what they are doing here in our neighborhood? They're going to raise taxes for us older people, and we won't be able to keep our homes eventually. I got somewhere to go, like I told you, but I'm not going to take a little bit of money for my house when I get ready to sell it. Because, you know, I know people try to cheat you. They don't be honest. And I mean, Henry got all of this other property he bought. It's amazing how much he's charging people to live there. And it ain't for me, because I don't have that type of money to live in none of those apartments. And now he got the Preston Plaza. He's taking all of that. What's going to happen to the people in this community? So somebody please answer some of these questions I'm asking, because I have a heavy heart tonight. I don't think things were done the way they should have been done. Not for the public. We are the part of this. I still pay taxes, although I get Social Security and retirement. I still have to file every year. So don't do this to us, you all. Y'all are the leaders. We want to look up to you. But I can't trust anybody anymore. I've got this heavy heart like I did 2017. This ain't the end of what's going on. I'm going to tell you all. Y'all better watch out who y'all putting in these positions. Because now this is a mess. And still nobody won't answer. I haven't heard anything. Why did this happen? I know the woman wasn't all that I didn't get along that well when I was helping making the bylaws. But why wasn't she put on probation or something just to fire somebody in midair? You know, it can happen to either one and all of y'all that's sitting there. God
Thank
got
you,
a way of
Miss.
doing things right.
Thank you, Ms. Beard.
Our next speaker is Jeff Fogel, who will be followed by Melvin Burris. Jeff, you're on with council again. You've got 3 minutes.
Good evening. I wonder whether you recognize how impolite, rude, and insufferable you all are when you allow citizens to come to you with serious concerns. You just stare at them. We expect an answer. If you meet me on the street and you ask me a question, damn it, I'm going to answer it. You got a problem? Get off the council. But damn it, don't be so goddamn rude. Now, I really came to speak to Mr. Boyle because you've got a lot of explaining to do, Chip. On the one hand, you've said that you agreed with the personnel decisions that were made by the chief, that you agreed with the statement that was released by the city in response to the PBA. You approved of those things. The chief was the one who was reviled for doing them. You fired her. Doesn't that mean you should be fired too? You knew about it. You approved it. You are the director of public safety. Where is your responsibility here? What have you been doing? You claim to be able to find a new direction, but you don't want to tell us what that new direction is. Do you even know? Do you know anything about policing? Do you know anything about 21st century policing? Did you look at the surveys? Thank God the mayor released the surveys that the city did. We also looked at the surveys that PBA did, which were particularly phrased in order to get the responses that they wanted. And look at that response. This police department hates the community. It's the community they hate. Chief Brackney will be gone and they're going to continue to hate us. We will continue to target abusive police officers. We will have a civilian review board. The police want our trust. Show us some goddamn trust and we will show it back. But this is outrageous in the way you did it. Why you jumped into bed with the PBA, I don't know. Maybe there's a secret story out there about some relationship you have with the PBA. And don't tell me you're so naive as to believe that you didn't think it had anything to do with what the PBA was saying when the temporal proximity was such as to only lead to the conclusion that you were caving into the PBA. Now, if you cave into the PBA, I don't want you as the public safety director. None of us do. So you've got a lot of explaining to do, Mr. Boyle. You know that a lot of us were upset, as were some of the members of the council, when you were hired without any transparency. Now you claim to be the torchbearer of transparency, yet the first opportunity you have to be transparent, you aren't. So let's try to talk out of one side of the mouth at a time. And let's see if we can get some clarity about what the hell is going on here and why you are acting like this when you know this community doesn't like it.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Melvin Burris, who will be followed by Tanisha Hudson. Melvin, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes. And you'll have to unmute your microphone. There you go. Can you hear us?
Good evening, Council. City Manager.
Yep, go ahead.
I applaud Mayor Walker for her comments on the wrongful termination of the chief. Thank you for speaking out, Mayor Walker. I myself is disappointed with this whole process, with the wrongful firing or termination of the police chief Brackley based on hearsay, based on a bogus PBA survey, which only had 64 respondents. How many of those surveys went out, and to who do they go out to? Chip? Also, on the survey that was taken back in 2020, there was 40 no's, which is a negative against the chief. There was 25 that was positive, 15 that didn't answer, What happened to the other 41 that there was no answer? And each time you guys are just going on, Chip, you're going on just the negative and not dwelling into investigating the real answer behind all this. We know what it is. We got a bunch of yahoos getting together and said, we're going to try to get rid of the chief. And you're helping them do that. And I'm really disappointed it wasn't an investigation. Snook counseled you, and he was part of it with you on determination. You didn't go to the council and discuss it with all of them because they're acting, if you did, they're acting kind of, I don't know what happened, or that's the conveyance they're giving to us. But you should do better in that, Chip. We thought better of you when you took over this position. I did anyway. So I thought you were the man to step up and turn things around and make a difference here in the city of Charlottesville and be transparent. But all you're doing is what they've always been doing, is hiding the truth. And one day the truth is going to come out. Michael, you sit there. I thought you were going to do something and be more proactive in seeing that things got done. Cena, when you ran for office, you said you were going to step up and make a change. There's no change. The same old things are happening all over again. And I'm going to give it. So I'm just going to say my disappointment in this whole crew, except for Mayor Walker, because she did say step up. Heather, you're going, so you don't care. But Chip, you have to come up for a reappointment. And before I close, Bellamy definitely should not be reappointed, because there's definitely a conflict of interest what he was involved with when he spoke up against the chief. And he's on chair of the Civil Review Board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tanisha Hudson, who will be followed by Kara Elms. Tanisha, you're back on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Now, I'm not going to just take up for Chief Brackney. So can everybody hear me okay?
We can.
Yes.
I'm not just taking up for Brackney. This has happened to every Black leader that have touched this city. It is disgusting. It is disgusting. And while we talking about who want to put out personnel information, every last one of y'all done did it. Every last one of y'all done did it. Lloyd, you was just on Jerry Miller's show talking about personnel stuff. Go listen to it. I want all of y'all to go listen to Jerry Miller and how he was talking about stuff with planning and so forth. That's personnel stuff. You just said on WINA, Lloyd, y'all didn't know that the chief was going to be fired. And in the same sentence, you said it was going to happen for the last couple of months. Which one is it? Which one is it? Which one is it? Chip, I am disgusted. First, you insult my intelligence when I bring you a plan to stabilize this city, which is the same plan that I gave them last year to stabilize the city, and nobody listened to me. And more people have left under you than Richardson. So let's start from the beginning. First, Maurice is the only one that loses his job for the summer of hate, him and Chief Thomas. Then Heather, you, because it was you that started the whole process against Richardson. Then y'all target Richardson. And everybody that played a part in it, y'all know who y'all are. He resigned. You forced him out of there. Then Michelle leave. Then Letitia leave. Now Brackney gone. It's the same stuff over and over and over and over and over again. It's disgusting. You all have no bone of leadership in you. You don't know how to agree to disagree. The minute somebody tell you no or disagree with you, you ready to off them. You ready to take them out. Y'all want to have all these discussions in private with different people, different community members, not telling them the truth? I'm so glad I record conversations, though, and text messages. I don't delete nothing. My iCloud is very heavy, very heavy. It's disgusting. So I'm saying right here, right now, in this last 23 seconds that I got to talk, hire back all of these people that you forced out. Y'all set y'all differences to the side. You agree to disagree, and you stabilize this damn city. It's about the people. It's not about y'all. I don't care if y'all cat scratch each other. Lock yourself in a room. Fight all day. I don't give a damn what you do. Stabilize this city because it's bigger than you. And it's obvious that all of you that's sitting on this screen, you tried it your way. It's not working. It's not working. So listen to the people in the community. And if you had the same energy for Richardson, Shelton, Michelle, Thomas, Jones that you got for Brackney, this is for the community and some of you counselors, then we wouldn't be where we are right now. Get a backbone. Somebody got to be the hero and somebody got to be the villain. Fix it.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kara Elms, and Zoom is telling me I need to promote her to be a panelist for it to work. Kara, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Great. Your video's on, but you've got 3 minutes to address council.
Perfect. My name is Kara Elms, and I'm a resident of St. Charles, Missouri. I really appreciate you for allowing me to speak tonight. I, as well as the St. Charles Human Relations Commission, found out that the mayor was planning to, quote, save the statue by seeing post on the city's Facebook page. From August 13th through August 22nd, the city posted daily, if not multiple times a day, asking for donations to a GoFundMe to obtain the Sacagawea statue. The posts were met in the comment section by a resounding, no, we do not want the statue. I learned that the statue would be a topic of discussion at the Human Relations Committee meeting. I thought that this would be an opportunity for the HRC to give their guidance on developing a recontextualization plan, but I left the meeting in utter shock. The mayor did not try to gain understanding, but rather said things such as, quote, I don't care if there are 7,000 people on Facebook who say they don't like this. He also does not seem to believe that history and diversity and inclusion should be viewed as one. He said, quote, they, the Historical Society, are all about history. So if I was going to go between the two of you to ask somebody to make a decision about the statue, I'd go to the Historical Society. An HRC commissioner replied, quote, these things are mutually exclusive. So I think it is an unfair comparison to say diversity and inclusion are different from history. People who are well-trained in diversity, equity, and inclusion are also well-trained in history, as am I. However, one of the most egregious statements that the mayor made was, quote, I am waiting on Chief Standing Bear, who is the chief of the Osage Nation, who has it before his council. When I receive that information, I can come to you and I can say, look, the Osage Nation does believe it is discriminatory, and I'll back off, probably. This meeting left me upset and sad for St. Charles. For me, this has never been about the statue, but rather about the attitudes held by many in our area. The road outside my subdivision has a house that had bloody mannequins with sombreros laid on the ground with a sign that said, go back home. A gas can was hanging from the tree over the mannequins with the words, union jobs cut. I couldn't believe that such racism was on such blatant display. Another house nearby used to fly the Confederate flag, but now the flag changes daily. I'm not sure what most of them represent. I'm saddened that the people still hold such closed-minded beliefs. In awarding this statue to St. Charles, this would only perpetuate more closed-minded beliefs. The mayor at a city council meeting said, quote, I am so worn out on tearing these statues down because someone got their feelings hurt. I can hardly stand it. It seems as though the mayor is more concerned with statues being torn down than with giving Sacagawea the respect she deserves. I respectfully ask that you take this information into consideration when examining St. Charles' proposal for the statue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Just a moment. All right, our eighth speaker is Virginia Lavelle. And then we'll go into the other folks who've raised their hands. Virginia, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Virginia Level. I'm the chief of the Charlottesville Albemarle Rescue Squad. We've received letters from both CARS and Chief Smith regarding the recent changes by CFD to the EMS dispatch protocols in the city, referred to as proximity dispatching. There's one thing on which we wholeheartedly agree. When life-threatening emergencies occur in our community, we want the closest and highest level of care available to respond. That has always been the standard of dispatch in the city of Charlottesville, and the citizens deserve nothing less. For years, that system functioned well as intended and maximized the tremendous assets and partnership between CFD and CARS. Last year, over 83% of the city's EMS calls required the lowest tier of pre-hospital care, basic life support, or BLS. These minor injuries and illnesses were treated professionally and compassionately and transported to the hospital, but did not necessitate life-saving interventions. Another 11% of calls required no transport to the hospital at all. The professional volunteers of CARS responded to 72% of all the calls and did so well within the agreed upon response time standards, freeing up CFD medics to respond to calls requiring advanced life support, or ALS, services. Unfortunately, the recent dispatch changes made by CFD leadership have decreased the likelihood those ALS medic level resources will be available when needed. There are many examples of this over the last 6 weeks, but I only have time for a few tonight. On July 27th, 2 fire engines and a CARS BLS ambulance were dispatched to an ALS level chest pain call because CFD's ALS unit was on a BLS call and unavailable. CARS had 3 BLS ambulances in service and available within 1.2 miles of that BLS call at the time of dispatch. On July 28th and 29th, CFD's ALS unit was unavailable for ALS calls because they were on BLS level calls that CARS had 3 units available to cover. And on the evening of August 24th, an individual suffered a sudden cardiac arrest on the sidewalk on Market Street. Fire Medic 1, who would have been less than a mile away at the Ridge Street Fire Station, was instead across town on a BLS call that could have been handled by one of the 3 in-service CARS units. Just 2 hours later on that evening of August 24th, a patient presented to the fire department on Ridge Street with acute chest pain, a medic level emergency. There was no medic or transport unit at the station or in the system because both were on scene with UVA students, one with a swollen foot and another who was vomiting. Both of these BLS level calls would have been previously handled by CARS prior to the July 24th changes, leaving 2 medic units available in the system for life-threatening emergencies, such as the gentleman with chest pain. As evidence, the new dispatch protocol is an ineffective use of the EMS system in the city. It has not resulted in improved patient care. In fact, it puts those at the highest risk in jeopardy. It is not serving the city or the citizens well, and it places unnecessary stress and strain on our partner firefighters at CFD, while CARS highly trained volunteers sit idle. Despite our long history of collaborative relationships with CFD chiefs, CARS received less than 48 hours notice by a deputy chief that significant dispatch changes would be occurring. The exact nature or purpose of those changes still have not been clearly communicated despite our request to meet with Chief Smith. Most recently, last Wednesday, on a day in which CFD had to hire back 4 firefighters on overtime, CFD began staffing an additional non-medic unit in the system, half a mile from the multiple fully staffed and underutilized ambulances in the CARS building. We received no communication or explanation from the leadership at CFD about these changes. We are asking you tonight to commission and assemble an interagency board to evaluate and determine the best means of achieving 911 EMS coverage for the city in a cost-effective and patient outcome-centric means. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you.
And Mayor Walker, we have 8 hands raised to finish out the next 8 slots. We have about 106 people in the audience. Our next speaker is Katrina Turner, who will be followed by Robin Hoffman. Katrina, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Just a quick second. There are 2 people on the wait list. Are those people not?
And one of them has their hand raised, and the other one did not raise their hand.
Okay.
And that person is available if you'd like me to make sure to call on her.
Yeah, you can go ahead with Ms. Turner if you can just get her next.
Okay. Katrina, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Good evening. How's everybody doing? I just want to say that I cannot believe that Michael, Cena, Lloyd, and Heather, you do not want to discuss with the community about why the chief of police was fired. What is going on? with that? Why do you all want to stay quiet about what happened to the chief of police? You know, Cena, I just can't believe you. You know, everything that happened in 2017, and you're supposed to be sitting there, standing there, you know, fighting along with this community. But you wouldn't even open your mouth to want to discuss why the chief of police was fired. Wow, that's just, wow. And Michael, wow, I've been watching you in city council for years, pounding for any and everything for this community. But you keep quiet when the chief of police was fired. Why? You know, just like August 21st, 2017, business shouldn't be as normal tonight. Regular business should be shut down tonight because this city is going to hell and nobody wants to talk about it. What about Richardson? You know, what is going on with this city? Bellamy Brown is the chair of the CRB, and you all don't even want to talk about that. How he tarnished the CRB by wanting to work with the police department. Do you know how hard so many of us fought to even get that CRB formed? And you all don't want to discuss it. You all don't want to discuss this survey to where the police officers were actually talking against the community members. What about that? Who matters to you all? Your job? What you're getting paid? I know you might not be getting paid what you need to be getting paid, but what matters to you all? For you all not to have added the discussion of the chief of police being fired. This should not be a business as usual meeting tonight. You need to shut everything else down and let the people speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
And from the waiting list, we had Sherry France. Sherry, you're on with council. If you'd like to speak, you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. I would like to defer to Sean Tiefendale, if I'm allowed to do that.
Sure, thank you. Sean, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Hello, Council. Thank you for taking your time this evening to listen to all of us. My name is Sean Tiefendale. I'm a small business owner with a bicycle store here in Charlottesville, Virginia. I'm currently serving as the Vice President for the Charlottesville Albemarle Rescue Squad, and I'm the former Program Director for the EMS and Paramedic Education at Piedmont Virginia Community College. In addition to these roles, I have served as an EMS provider and advocate for over 20 years in rural, metropolitan, and air medical systems around the country, including this system itself many years ago. Over recent years, high-quality EMS systems around the country have aimed to find better efficiency in utilization of their finite resources by implementing enhanced 911 dispatch protocols. Through these protocols, calls are screened by trained dispatchers for the acuity of the emergency, and determination is then made of what the most appropriate resources are to send and what timeline is appropriate for their response to the call. For a large portion of calls coming into 911 centers, a basic life support ambulance can be sent without running lights and sirens to aid the individual and the person correctly. This model serves to preserve advanced life support resources at the ready for critical calls, and better allows the less urgent emergencies to be handled in a manner that does not expose providers or patients to undue time constraints and allows the system to function properly without the need to retain additional apparatus or staffing. To put it short, it uses the right people for the right things at the right times. It is worrisome to me that during a time in our nation of stricter budgets, tighter fiscal requirements, that instead of striving for a similar dispatch model here in Charlottesville, we are instead seeing the city sending extra ambulances and fire engines to every 911 call in a seeming attempt to overwhelm the emergency with an increased number of vehicles and people present. While the idea of proximity dispatch may seem good on the outside, the result is an increased workload on city employees who are having to cover additional calls, as well as an increased utilization of the heavy-duty city fire apparatuses running lights and sirens through the streets. All of this with the idea that they have to beat a stopwatch that has been set at an arbitrary and largely unsupported goal time of only 4 minutes from when the call goes off. To be clear, the 4-minute call time put in place under NFPA standards applies to only high acuity ALS calls. A more realistic model of 8 minutes is also considered completely acceptable for non-emergent BLS level responses within the city as well. The volunteers of the Charlottesville Albemarle Rescue Squad have served this community for over 60 years, and they continue to do such. Under previous models, they were able to serve as a highly efficient means of providing the majority of BLS transports for citizens and visitors of the city to remain, and the other resources to remain available. All of this is something that they do in the most cost-conscious model available, community-based volunteers. The current model being pushed forward is not sustainable from a cost or personnel perspective and will result in burnout, increased cost of operations, and difficulty for patients of the system. We ask you as City Council to commission and assemble an interagency board to evaluate and determine the means of achieving 911 EMS coverage for the city in a cost-effective and patient outcome-centric means. This will greatly aid in getting leadership of all agencies to the same table and allowing resources to be properly discussed and allocated for the good of everyone in Charlottesville. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Robin Hoffman, who will be followed by Don Gathers. Robin, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Hi, everybody. I am also thankful very much for our mayor for speaking out and being so thorough about how everybody is feeling, I think, and also the ramifications of such an act whereby, again, people mention probation or some process, but I have to say personally, I've never felt safer in my life as a woman, as a Jewish woman, since Rochelle Brackney first entered. And so Brian Wheeler and so Mayor has, come forward and try to due process for everything. I mean, this has been a shock to me personally. I mean, 2018, when the city was shut down, people were, oh no, but those criminals didn't come back and they don't feel like they can come back because of Chief Brackney. And also she has spoken to me personally on so many issues, honestly, and given people ideas of how to move forward and how to do some sort of procedures in terms of medical or in terms of safety issues and things like that. Chief Brackney needs to come back. I don't understand how this has happened. And certainly it is an embarrassment. I mean, people from New York, New Jersey, anybody who speaks with me is surprised and also alarmed, because it means that we're going back. We're going back in time to 2017. I mean, we're erasing everything that was possible. And I think our imaginations could move forward and get back Dr. Richardson and Chief Brackney and allow them to, manage the way they really did believe was possible. Because to listen to the past and not see the possibility of a future is what we're doing by eliminating people who have been fighting for a better Charlottesville. It is alarming. It is. And I think I'm a public person. I want to be able to speak to people in Charlottesville and be able to say, well, this was a mistake and that they will fix it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Don Gathers, who will be followed by Rosia Parker. Don, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can.
Good evening, first of all. I must say I'm rather surprised and taken aback, but it reminds me of that I said to you all once before, if you don't want to be accused of doing racism, then stop doing racist things. Just the mere lack of a second to have a simple discussion. It's very telling, especially when none of the 4 white counselors were willing just to second the motion in order to have a discussion. People in the community are wondering what exactly is going on. And the inaction of tonight certainly won't do anything to move that needle towards helping people to grasp exactly what's going on here in the city. In a 4-year span, we've had 2 black city managers and 2 black police chiefs fired. No one seems to see a pattern here. I cringe and I worry for Chief Smith's job. I cringe and I worry even for Assistant City Manager Ashley Marshall's job. This town tends to chew black leadership up and spit them out. Now, we're all behind the scenes. We don't know what happened, what didn't happen, why the action was taken, and that, as much as anything, is what's problematic. The mayor ran 4 years ago on transparency. And that's what this community has been begging and pleading for some time now. And we're regressing, we're heading in the wrong direction yet again. Please, people, we deserve better than this. Charlottesville deserves better than this. We deserve more than what you all as a council have been willing to give us. I could go on and on, but it'll just be redundancy, and then it'll be the same thing that you all have already heard. So I'll just stop now. But please, think about your actions, and in regards to tonight, think about your inactions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rosia Parker, who will be followed by Harrison Brookman. Rosia, you're on with council, I think, and you have 3 minutes. Can you hear us? I'm going to try that one more time. Didn't seem to work. Rosie, are you there? All right, we're going to come back to Rosie in just a moment. We'll try another speaker. Harrison Brookman, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
So good evening, council. My name's Harrison Brookman. I'm a medic and a captain at the Charlottesville Albemarle Rescue Squad. I was born and raised in Charlottesville, so I still call it my home. I've been in fire and EMS for over a decade in Charlottesville, Albemarle, as well as other large metropolitan counties in Virginia. I've performed EMS system analysis and research in pre-hospital medicine, and it's my passion. I want to inform council about EMS system performance measures that actually lead to better outcomes for patients. The Consortium of U.S. Metropolitan Municipalities EMS Medical Directors has published a statement about how to measure EMS system performance. It states that response times do not measure EMS system performance and do not change outcomes. Quality medicine provided by the right level of care of provider in a high-performance EMS system is what actually saves patients and proves better outcomes. I encourage council to seek out how we can provide efficient and effective EMS care with the resources we have in the city of Charlottesville to the citizens of Charlottesville. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll try Rosia Parker again. And Rosia, I'm hitting the button, but it doesn't appear that you have a microphone enabled. You may want to look at the email when you registered and use the dial-in telephone number and give us a call that way. And you can certainly email me if that is not working. Our next speaker is Gregory Weaver, who will be followed by Andrew Shelton. Gregory, you're on with council and you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. Can you all hear me?
We can.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Greg Weaver. I live in Fry Spring. The climate crisis is upon us. Reducing the inevitable harm caused by global warming requires massive transformation in the way we live and govern. The city has acknowledged this to some degree. Council voted to reduce our city's greenhouse gas emissions by 45% by 2030. Weighing the consequences of inaction, that should be the absolute minimum goal. And it's been 2 years since that vote. Where's the urgency required to meet the crisis? In order to face this existential threat, everything that we do as a city must be viewed through a climate-first lens. Tonight, I want to focus on transit. According to the Community Climate Collaborative's website, 25% of Seaville's emissions comes from transportation. Our city isn't really known for its walkability, its bikeability, or its well-oiled bus system. We have an opportunity here that we must seize. Recently, Council voted to halt the new parking garage project, which is a step in the right direction. However, some are still saying we need more parking, even if the project isn't as huge as originally intended. Clearly, the fight isn't over. Let's look at this through a climate lens. With every action taken by the city, we should be asking ourselves, does this action lead us to cutting our emissions in half by 2030? And or does it reduce the harm that will be inflicted on working class communities that are most affected by global warming? Obviously, the answer is no for this project. It would incentivize further reliance on personal vehicle use, leading to a likely increase in emissions. It also actively harms working class communities by raising local small businesses. Therefore, more parking must be off the table. What's the alternative? We must transform our city's infrastructure and the habits of its citizens. We must move away from personal vehicle use by investing aggressively in mass transit. It's no secret that while our transit services are aiming to improve their operations, they are currently inadequate for changing citizens' habits. People won't integrate riding buses into their everyday lives unless it is comparably convenient to driving. We need reliable 10-minute service with extended hours. We need to work with the Board of Supervisors to expand service into the county. My understanding is that alongside the ongoing Albemarle County Transit Expansion Feasibility Study and Implementation Plan, Council will soon be looking at some proposals from CAT. Part of what is being presented as an upper level package that makes headway on part of which is being presented as an upper level package that makes headway on improvement of service. That package has an estimated price tag of near $600,000. Consider that $600,000 versus the estimated $10 to $14 million price tag for the parking garage project. It's a no-brainer. Let's go for that upper package and let's do even more. Let's make people want to ride. Let's start covering our bus stops. Let's start increasing frequency. Let's expand routes. Let's increase service hours. Let's start transforming our city and making major dents in our carbon footprint today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Andrew Shelton, and then we'll try Rosia Parker one more time. Andrew, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. I would like to particularly speak to Mr. Boyles. As the city manager, we recognize that you have the hiring and firing power, and that it was ultimately your decision alone to fire the chief with very little notice or public discussion. I would like to tell you that I think you have made a very serious mistake in the way that you went about this. And it is going to be very difficult for members of the city, for citizens, to have any real faith in any further process that might make some beneficial changes in how policing is done in this community. I understand that you probably had your reasons behind the scenes, and I don't have the knowledge to question those, but it came across as very arbitrary, and really it's hard to not see how it is kowtowing to the police union and their ridiculous concerns about we've read the survey responses. A lot of those folks really shouldn't be in policing, and to see you remove the police chief, who appeared to be the sole check on those folks within the police department, it is going to be, I would like to believe that we can move forward from here, but it is very difficult to see how that can be done. And I'm incredibly disappointed. And if I were in the position to fire you, I'd very seriously consider it based solely on this. Otherwise, I've been happy. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Rosia Parker, you're on with City Council. You've got 3 minutes. I see your microphone. You just need to unmute. Can you hear us now, Rosia? Mayor Walker, I'm sorry, her microphone does not seem to be cooperating. Would you like to take one more speaker?
Okay, yeah, we'll do that. Ms. Parker, maybe at the community matters at the end of the meeting that the call-in number, that'll work better.
And if anyone else would like to address council, we have one more opportunity. You can click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. I don't see any additional hands, Mayor Walker.
Okay. There's
Jane Smith, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Jane Smith, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Thank you. I feel compelled to add my voice to the others who have so eloquently spoken out about the unjust firing of Chief Brackney tonight. I felt so hopeful while she was our police chief. And like Gloria Beard, my heart is heavy tonight. I've lost that sense of hope. I don't know what's going to happen now. But the real bad thing to me is the shabby way that Chief Brackney was treated. I do feel that she's owed an apology. I thank Mayor Walker for speaking out, and I want to add my voice to hers. I apologize, Chief Brackney, for my city. I'm very sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Walker.
Comments, councilors?
I'd just like to offer 2 comments. One about the question of whether we should have been discussing Chief Brackney and her termination publicly. I asked the question when we were in closed session, what would be the ground rules if we did so? Nobody could answer. I am concerned that if we have a public discussion without any sense of ground rules, recognizing that there are libel, slander, other procedural issues that may come up, that we're opening ourselves up for more problems. And I just don't know what the ground rules are. If we have some sense of what the ground rules are, if we also have, I think one of the other pieces is you probably have to have some sense of consent to having the discussion publicly about an employee before you do it. I just don't know what the ground rules are. So that's the reason that I did not second it, because nobody could answer that question. We did not get an answer. The other thing is a comment I wanted to make was about the rescue squad issue. I raised the concern last year that I thought that what was happening last year to the rescue squad and their budget was grossly unfair to them. I'm concerned that this year, and I don't know the details, I would like to know a lot more. I'm concerned that we appear to be headed towards a situation where the present EMS providers do not value the contributions of the rescue squad, which is has been a beloved institution in this town for many, many, many years. I think that we need to figure out, partly for the reason that was given, that in 2 years we're going to have to, if we're going to continue with the funding that we've already got, we're taking on a $2 million a year or $1.5 million. I don't remember what the number is, but a significant amount of money. And if the result is that we get to that point and we have in the meantime chased out people who were doing it essentially for free, we've made a colossal mistake. So that's a discussion that I would like to have, and I would ask that we figure out some way, Mr. Boyles, to have that discussion, not tonight, because obviously none of us is prepared to have that discussion tonight, but to figure out how and when, so that we end up making a decision that is in the best interests of all of the community.
I would just say, I'd mentioned this in closed session. One of the immediate concerns I have is, I think at an absolute minimum, the timing of this personnel decision has created a lot of doubt in community members' minds around the reasons for this decision. And in particular, was the motivation a belief that efforts at discipline and reform had gone too far? And was it in response to the efforts of the PBA? And, one of the immediate concerns in the interim is, what are we going to do to ensure for the public that we do not go backwards on reform? And that is a real concern in terms of, has this sent a signal that it is time to go back to the old ways of doing things? And I desperately hope that it's not. And in particular, I can think of some specific things just in recent years in terms of the Charlottesville Police Department ending their relationship with the Jefferson Area Drug Enforcement Task Force, JADE, increased data published on the website, the approach to rallies and protests from the community compared to years past, compared the past 2 summers to Richmond and Fredericksburg, where tear gas was deployed and it was not focused on de-escalation. The recent disciplinary actions taken internally within the police department that I've fully supported, and my understanding that city leadership had fully supported. How are we going to ensure those things continued and aren't rolled back? And how are we going to be able to promise that and deliver on that for the community? Is a major concern, because as I already said, I'm very worried that this sends a signal that this was perhaps motivated by that reform has not went too far. From what we've heard in closed session and other discussions, I've heard and hope and pray that that's not the case. But I think it's up to city leadership to prove that now. And I think any chief of police is going to be in a near impossible situation of trying to navigate reform while leading the department, while also navigating the complexities of community members who would like to see even more extensive reform than what's happening. And that's a very difficult, near impossible position. And I just hope that we are able to deliver on not going back to the old ways of doing things, because it's a serious concern of mine, and I think a serious worry in the community that regardless of what intentions may be, that we could roll back in some way.
I certainly hear those concerns and see how that the public can see it that way. But I certainly have confidence that those things were not directly linked, and that there are a broader range. I just also agree with what Councilor Snook said. these are personnel discussions, and I'm really sensitive to how much we will discuss publicly at this time without really understanding what the scope of that discussion would be. And I additionally, like I was one of those had met with the rescue squad earlier on in the pandemic and asked some questions, and do feel that we do need to have some kind of circling back and a better understanding of what that looks like. Again, just not wanting to get the council too far involved in that, but it clearly is coming up, and it certainly comes up every budget cycle when we look at that. But the speakers tonight certainly have raised my interest in understanding this a little better myself. In addition to that, so.
Okay, so I'm just going to start with your comments. Vice Mayor McGill, do you have comments? No, okay. So Lloyd, when you say you don't understand, and I usually send you these type of emails in private, but I'm not going to do that tonight. You just said in response to comments about the fire chief, that you thought you used the words grossly unfair. Okay? So maybe you don't know how to monitor yourself, but that would be a good time for you to do that. You would need to find out more information without criticizing employees publicly when you and Councilor Hill already have a lot of information because you've been meeting with them. So that is the type of thing that you shouldn't pretend is not occurring. And then you should not criticize staff members publicly. And then you should at least have enough information. And if you are in agreement, then you tell the city manager that, but don't get in public and pretend, both of you, Heather, I'm coming to you too with this, and pretend that you already have not said that you agree.
By the way, Mayor, my comment about the unfair compensation scheme was directed actually not to this fire chief, but the prior fire chief, but in any event.
Okay, well, you didn't make that clear.
I was just acknowledging that I had met with this group earlier on, and that there's conversations that clearly need to still continue.
So I met with the group. I then met with Chip. I then talked to Chief Smith. Have you all talked to Chief Smith?
It was my understanding at some point council was going to be fully briefed on, and we obviously just have gotten some letters back and forth on that, but that we were going to be given an overview as a council on this process. I thought that was coming in the near future. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, it is coming. It's coming on the 20th.
Yes.
What my point is right now is that this has been going on for months.
I would say years. Yes.
Huh?
I mean, the first meeting I had was well over a year, like about a year and a half ago, I would say.
Okay, year and a half. Chief Smith, since his tenure here, and I'm not going to let this point go because I think when we talk about employees, I think I'll just say for me, what I've shared with Chip and with Chief Smith is that I think that we all want the same thing. As someone who has needed emergency services, we want people to get that service as quickly as possible. So I hope that's all of our goal, and that's what I've said. But how do we determine that information is what we have to figure out in a fair way. And if you're talking about changes are being made to something, we don't have that information. If we immediately are going to say that people who have the most vocal or who are hearing from the most people, there were speakers who were how do they know that CFD firefighters came in for overtime? So those type of things, while the bottom line is, I think we all want the same thing, is for citizens to receive adequate care as quickly as possible. I have seen someone pass away because they didn't, not under Chief Smith. I'm just saying in my time on earth, I just had a traumatizing experience last July July 2020. And so I think we all want the same thing, but how do we determine that? And I just hope that it's a fair process. I know, Chip, we had discussed this, and this is one of the instances where you had talked about how do we get accurate information in. I don't think that should be, anyway, I'm going to leave that thought. Vice Mayor McGill, this was coming, conversations about fire and the former city manager was coming up. And I know you were spending a lot of time on your own researching other fire departments to try to figure out where, what was the information that we were receiving and was it, accurate information. And so I'm just hoping that we all understand that things may change, may not, I don't know, but that we look for the information that serves the citizens best and is not aligned with the way things have been or even the way things may be in the future if that's not the best course of action. But if it's a fair and just equitable process in determining that, and not that there's a system in place and that system needs to be maintained in some way. I know if I call, if something happens to a friend, family, stranger, I would like for them to get care as quickly as possible so that there's not a ripple effect for whatever happened. And so that is what I am attached to here. And I hope the rest of us are too.
I think that we all are. I think that's the main driver for this. Just making sure that I think as a community that we're coming together to make sure that we can leverage all the resources that can weigh in on this and have the best possible system. And I'm not tied to any system. This is not my area of expertise. I just know that we've been hearing from a lot of people and there are concerns being raised. And so just to kind of understand where we're at and where we might need to go from here.
And I would probably believe what you're saying had you been respectful to the current person in that position and reached out to them as frequently as you reached out to the previous fire chief. I have,
after my meeting, I reached out and I'm going to leave it at this. This is.
Thank you.
Not productive.
My next comment is unless I missed something in the closed session, we did not discuss ground rules. We were advised that it was probably not the best route to take. And so, but if we decided to take that route, then we could. And so that's different from trying to determine ground rules or not. Dr. Brackney is also on here. And so if there's any questions about whether there's a willingness to have that conversation and if it's about personnel, then we can ask her that question.
It would also involve personnel discussions of other people than Chief Brackney.
Well, the other people were not terminated.
Doesn't matter. They still have rights to confidentiality that we are bound legally to respect.
Okay, Lloyd.
In the case of,
go ahead.
In the case of ground rules, I agree. I have come to learn that there's nothing that's off the table, and I'm not comfortable with that in this public setting.
But you're comfortable with the fact that a decision was made after Chip just said he talked to 8 people.
I believe he's talked to more than 8 people.
He said 8.
I think you asked specifically about a person with a specific background, but I am confident he's talked to more than 8 people.
Because you have talked to more than 8.
I probably have talked to more than 8 people, yes,
okay.
Mayor.
All right. And again, someone who has been aligned since 2017 with the officers need more.
I'm actually not talking to law enforcement. My conversation is with people outside of law enforcement.
So, okay. I'm asking my questions at the end. Heather, that doesn't make any sense.
I'm just saying that the concerns that have been raised fall well outside of law enforcement.
Mm-hmm. So you want to share your list?
And I don't. I have no desire to get into this.
But you have been influencing the process.
I have not influenced this process. I found out at the same time as the rest of this council, that decision has been made. Do I support that decision? I do.
Okay. Thank you for at least being honest.
I am being honest, yes.
And you have talked about this a lot.
talk about a lot of things a lot.
Okay.
I talk about a lot less.
So again, I'm going to go through the consent agenda. I've shared my thoughts about the cars, and Chief Smith is on here too. And I know that he's given a presentation at the 20th, but since there were several comments about there, is there any objection to hearing 3 minutes worth of thoughts from him about the comments that we just heard?
No objection.
Wheeler, could you see if Chief Smith is available?
Chief Smith, you're on with council. You'll have to unmute. Go ahead.
Good evening.
Good evening.
While I'm prepared to say a lot more than this, I'll follow my previous direction. Only comment I have today. I appreciate the opportunity, Mayor Walker, to speak, but I've been advised otherwise at this particular time until I have the appropriate guidance.
Okay. So is my understanding that he's been advised to not speak tonight?
Chief Smith, you're welcome to respond.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, yes.
Good evening. With my over 33 years of public safety experience, I realized that improving a system requires a level of change in the status quo, which sometimes encourages stakeholders to move from how things have always been done to adopting best practices, which must align with the needs of the community, our mission, and national standards. Ultimately, the enhancements that have been adopted is appropriate for the 10 square miles in a city and is used in other regions that provide EMS and fire services. We don't have to look far as it relates to proximity dispatch. Albemarle County, right next to us, has implemented proximity dispatch since 2016 or 2017. Proximity dispatch ensures that our residents and visitors get the closest, appropriately staffed ambulance and/or first response vehicle based on established national standards and best practices. As an accredited agency, CFD aims to provide an ambulance on scene within 8 minutes travel time for basic life support emergencies and 4 minutes travel time for advanced life support emergency, regardless of the neighborhood. Since the implementation of proximity dispatch in July 24, 2021, our residents of 10th and Page, which is ranked #1 for the occurrence of cardiac arrest and #3 for diabetic emergencies for all city neighborhoods, have seen a response travel time improvement of 10% at the 90th percentile in the small sample set. In examining ambulance arrival times, an ambulance arrived on scene 12% faster within 3 minutes and 48 seconds 90% of the time. Prior to proximity dispatch, an ambulance was reaching the scene within 4 minutes, 18 seconds. In Highfield, which ranks second for asthma and stroke emergencies among the city neighborhoods, residents have seen a 35% improvement in our response travel time. We arrived within 4 minutes and 40 seconds 90% of the time, where prior to proximity, an ambulance arrived in 7 minutes, 12 seconds. Fry Spring residents have also seen a 55% improvement in travel time for medical emergencies, reaching patients almost 4 minutes faster than under the previous dispatch model. Finally, the Ridge Street response area, which is ranked 3rd for cardiac arrests and alcohol-related emergencies, has seen a 16% travel time improvement, which equates to our arrival of about 5 minutes and 24 seconds, which is about 1 minute and 5 seconds faster. When examining about 6 other neighborhoods collectively, which includes UVA combined, there's been a 17% travel time improvement. Overall, the system has seen a 6% travel time improvement and 7% unit best performance improvement based on a comparison of 357 calls before we implemented proximity dispatch and 338 calls after we've implemented proximity dispatch. We look forward to continued enhancement of the system here in Charlottesville. Measuring and meeting performance measures within the city is a priority for the department, and a timely response to every neighborhood and to the citizens is most vital. Thank you.
Thank you. And my only two questions from that, because again, I thought that we would have a meeting with the CARS team, with Chief Smith, and from my understanding, and since I'm misremembering a lot of things, just for clarification, was this something that was going to be set up at some point in the future and had been advised against at this point? Ms. Robertson, and I know there are two issues, and so was that clear for Dr. Smith? Because I think from the letter that Ms. France sent, they may think that they are being ignored, and I don't think it's anyone's intention to ignore them. And so I just want to make sure that we say that since so many callers called in today.
That's right. There are a couple of things going on. So CARS had an attorney contact me, and so I've had some discussions with that attorney. Also, Chief Smith had set up a meeting with CARS, or had planned to have a meeting, and then recently received a letter from CARS that was quite frankly not conducive to sitting down in a setting to talk about some of these important issues. And so the meeting was postponed, and a date was set to allow Dr. Smith to bring City Council up to speed on all of the information and the data and his thought process for why he thinks this is direction for the city's EMS delivery system. And so there is an intention to meet with CARS, and in order to work this through, there will need to be that meeting, but it has not happened yet.
And that was honestly just my main question. It's just, I thought there was going to be a meeting of both parties, and I wasn't clear if we were going to be involved or not. It's fine if we're not, absolutely fine. Because some of the, I mean, this is not my wheelhouse, I admit it, but just some of the speakers, what I took notes, just are driving the point home around response time versus what services we need to be responding to. It's just not, I don't understand this like really deeply beyond the meetings that I've had, but I just think that's a really important question that would be helpful to have answered.
And Dr. Smith has gathered a lot of information, and both the city manager and I have heard from Dr. Smith, and he has shared some of that information with us. But that's the point of the meeting with City Council, is that you all will then be able to hear directly from Dr. Smith some of the points and the policies that he believes are important for the city to adopt. But again, at some point in time, the city does need to sit down with CARS, and there had been a meeting planned. It did not happen due to a number of circumstances before now. But there has, the issue of response times is very important, and it's important that everybody be on the same page and that there be a service delivery model that is the best one for the city of Charlottesville. And Dr. Smith has done a lot of work on putting together this presentation, and I think that you will see following his presentation a lot more clearly why he is making certain recommendations.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Beard asked, who is the hierarchy at City Hall? And I think that's an important conversation for us to have. It should be council. I know there's been a lot of discussion about what 1/5 mean, and I know there's been a lot of confusion about the fact that I'm a very strong Black woman, and people don't like that. And so that has nothing to do with wanting to be the only voice, but I am a very strong and firm voice, and I do share my thoughts. I am not boxed in, and so, and never will be. I think it's important, and we received Ms. Robertson's interpretation of the code. I think we owe it to citizens, and I've said this before, and I said we needed to have this conversation before. If we need to clean up what advise and consent is, because if it's my understanding, I think the Board of Supervisors, just our neighbors, are responsible for hiring their and firing their police chief and fire chief. But if I'm wrong, if any of you know, and that it's really open to what council decides. I had a discussion with Councilor Snook this weekend where we had this conversation. Don't start changing these things and being okay with an undemocratic process because you don't like me. And especially when the changes that you all are making don't affect you, don't affect your kids, don't affect your friends. And when the neighborhoods and the people who are most vulnerable to racist policing practice, you don't have contact with often. And so, Ms. Beard, in terms of who is in charge of City Hall, this is why I have been saying since 4 city managers now, that is a position that needs to be elected. Not because I see myself in the position, because of the power of that position. And I hope the community is understanding that while that is not something that's going to happen today, this is your community, and deciding whether you want someone who doesn't have to answer your questions to be able to make decisions this important behind closed doors and never answer, not a particular person, not former Chief Brackney, Dr. Brackney, but about process. That is something that we should have already had. It came up back in the winter with the appointment of Ms. Robertson, and it's a deviation, Heather, since you've been here, and you're okay with this now, and you weren't before. When we had Mr. Blair, hired Mr. Blair, we hired him together, we sat down and evaluated him together. That is not something at this point that, according to Ms. Robertson, she thinks we should do. And that is where this discussion came up. In terms of the city manager, we sat down as the entire council and interviewed and provided feedback to Mr. Jones about the hiring of the police chief. So to say that none of us need to be informed about why and be able to ask any questions about that process should be unacceptable to us all. There's a whole list that I have about why I think this form of government needs to change. And I have been clear, it's not something that I see myself in. If that person is that powerful, they need to be elected just like the rest of us. That has been my statement to that. And okay, I think I answered everything that I had to start.
I agree, and I do believe it's important that all council is informed, and I do feel that council, I feel informed as a counselor.
You feel informed?
I feel that as things were progressing, we were informed.
I thought you said you didn't know.
I was aware of circumstances. I was not aware of the final decision making until after it happened. But I was updated within very short order, as I believe all of us were.
So what process were you informed of? A short one or overtime? Because it sounds like just now, I'm gonna give you space to clean it up.
It was clear that there were some discussions, I thought, going both ways on the future of the department. And it ultimately came down to a decision that was maybe even a different direction than what was first, I think, what the goal was to be. But this is where we are. And I feel that I was informed in pretty short order, as were the rest of counselors. And any questions that I have, I feel were fielded. And I would hope that you had been able to have your questions answered.
I didn't. After the chief was fired, that she was going to be fired after being told that she was doing a great job. Do you think that's okay?
I don't agree with that's the assessment that had been relayed.
So you're now telling me what Chip told me?
I'm not saying what Chip told you. I'm saying from my perspective, I felt that I was well aware of discussions and decision making that was likely in the future, and I wasn't sure how long that future was.
So as Counselor Snook said, that this has been a conversation that's been ongoing for months. You are now saying that you've been having these conversations for months too.
I've not been having these direct conversations for months. No, there were certainly conversations that happened before Mr. Boyle's tenure in these topic areas. I think we're all aware. And there's been conversations over the last several weeks. Yes.
Several weeks. All right. So Vice Mayor McGill, have you been having the same conversations for weeks and months? And Counselor Payne?
Not related to any decision at all like this, no.
Just to be clear, I don't think that I said, and certainly didn't intend to say, if I did, that I had been having discussions with Mr. Boyles about Chief Brackney for months. I have said that there have been issues that have arisen over a number of months, but the time that I'm the only time I've talked to Mr. Boyles about it really has been in the last few weeks.
Okay, a few weeks. Michael didn't know. Vice Mayor McGill?
I feel this is a decision of the city managers, and we hired the city manager, and this is his job. It is his job to run the city under our overarching policies. I feel that he talks to us. I feel he communicates with us. And fundamentally, this is his decision, and I'm behind him on it, period.
So, but does that mean that you have been talking to him about it?
At this point, I'm so tired.
Because then this makes sense. If he had his 3 votes and he was clear about it, you can just admit that you've been talking to him longer than receiving the information after he terminated her, if you were in agreement with it. Just say it.
Mayor Walker, one of your fundamental premises is incorrect. I have never recommended to Mr. Boyles that he fire Chief Brackney. And I've told you that. And I've told you about my last conversation with him on point, where I expressed my basic concern that I did not think that changing the folks at the top was necessarily a guaranteed way of getting to a better or different result. That's the last discussion I had with him. Now, I'll say that, but I'll also say that my attitude on it has always been, I will give him the benefit of my information and of my general concerns, but that it is his call, and I back him in his call. It is something about which I believe reasonable people might disagree. And I believe that given all of the facts, many of which have not been made public, many of which haven't even been hinted at in this discussion, I believe it was a correct decision as well. But there was never a point where Mr. Boyle should have been feeling, hey, I got 3 votes in the bag to do this thing, because that's not the way the discussions happen.
You're supported. You're talking about a major decision like the police chief, fire chief, department heads. Are you telling me that when you all try to recruit somebody, that they, with everything that they are hearing, are going to believe that, one, you are serious about reform, or that they will be supported if they come here?
Anytime a person starts a question with, are you telling me? My answer immediately is no, because what it means is you're trying to distort what I've said. I'm not going to play that game.
You
with
rephrase the question and answer it.
I've said what I need to say. You don't like the way I said it. I'm sorry.
Do you think that someone who looks at what is happening will take this city serious and will feel like if we ask them to come and do a job that's centered around reforming an institution that started out as slave patrols, will take us seriously?
I can't possibly answer that question.
Okay.
I will say that the odds of them coming under these circumstances will not be helped by having the airing of the entire process that you seem to want. But that's another issue.
You mean the fact that people usually want department leaders to go quietly because they have to seek another job, or they usually don't have people who have the same characteristics as the chief, as a council member, so that 5 people would have sat there and not answered any other questions to the public and labeled it a personnel decision? Is that what you mean?
Again, I'm not going to play your "is that what you mean" game.
Okay. All right. I have questions at the end, and hopefully they will be answered, I guess, either today or because there's a section where I can ask questions, or by the next council meeting. Are there any other comments? All right, we will come back at 8:57. All right, I'll call this meeting back to order. Next up, we have item number 12, amending and reenacting Charlottesville City Code, Chapter 19, Section 19-59 to change the length and numbers of terms for members of the city's retirement commission. First of two readings.
Right. Good evening, Council. This is related to the retirement commission member term changes. As you know, the commission is responsible for oversight of the retirement plans. Currently, membership board is composed of member of city council, which I am, the city manager, director of finance, director of human resources, the city treasurer, and then beyond that, appointed membership, which is 3 employees, a retiree of the plan, and 2 community members. Right now, those employees and retirees can serve 2 3-year terms, and community members can serve 3 2-year terms. And so we have been discussing as a commission what's the appropriate length of terms and number of terms, as well as the cycle of those terms in light of council's desire to get on more of an annual basis of appointing folks. And so right now, the retirement commission honestly has people at different periods of time and rolling off at, all over the place, it seems, at different months of the year as well as different years. That appointment schedule creates issues with that's continuity of membership. This is definitely a commission that does value more of a longer tenure for folks because there is a learning curve that comes with it. And so what we're proposing here is each member of the retirement commission that's appointed would serve up to 4 separate 2-year terms consecutively. And after each 2-year term, obviously council will have the option to reappoint or to make a different decision. And the few advantages that we listed here are administratively, it's simpler if all members serve in the same length of terms and have the same limits. The appointment anniversary is staggered to prevent any too much turnover at any given time, while making it simpler and clearer to know when appointments end. Changing the term limits allows for continuity on the commission that has a long learning curve, as I mentioned, for new members, but also allows flexibility for members who choose not to continue serving. And then the transition proposal will result in appointed members finishing in the June timeframe, which again is what council staff has been striving for us to get to. It's again important that not all appointed members rotate off at the same time, but that there's a regular anniversary of appointments when people are getting up to speed and any kind of training that needs to take place. And so I'm happy to answer any questions you have. The ordinance is attached, just kind of gives a sense for right now our existing membership and what this transition would look like for them. No one will be exceeding the amount of the terms that we're proposing here by making this transition, but took a pass at really just trying to get the appropriate staggers of these terms and also get them on that June cycle for different years. And so council, if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Any questions?
They seem like common sense changes to me, unless I'm absolutely missing something.
All right, so there's desire to move this forward for the consent agenda for the 20th. Is that the, Councilor Hill, the goal for the consent agenda, or is it second reading on the action items?
Oh, it's the consent agenda would be great.
All right. All right. Next up, we have a resolution approving major design features from design public hearings for the Barracks Road Emmett Street Smart Scale Improvement Project. It's one reading. Mr. Boyles, are you?
Good evening. This is Brian Copeland. I'm the Senior Project Manager Consultant for the City of Charlottesville for the design of the Barracks Emmett Improvement Project. Is the presentation ready? Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. Ooh, right there. So I'm excited to share with you some of the work that we've been doing over the last 2 years for the Barracks Emmett project. I'll try to be brief and get to the details of the design public hearing that we held last month. The project limits include the intersection of the Barracks Emmett intersection project heading west along Barracks Road to the Buckingham Road intersection. Next. 2018, the city was awarded $8.6 million in VDOT Smart Scale funding that had some pretty specific improvements that were laid out. The scope of the project included an additional northbound right turn lane on Emmett Street, an additional westbound left turn lane to allow for concurrent left turns on Barracks Road, some traffic signal improvements, improvements to pedestrian refuge areas within the intersection, as well as some upgraded bike and pedestrian facilities on Barracks Road, up to Hilltop Road, and a new CAT bus shelter on Barracks Road. As of today, the project is fully funded, is currently on budget and on schedule. Over the last 2 years, we've gone through the scoping and visioning phase, including survey, traffic analysis, forming of a steering committee with which we've had several meetings with, and developed a preferred concept through a robust public engagement endeavor that I'll talk a little bit more about. From there, we went in the winter of 2020 to our 30% design, including approval from City Council and Planning Commission that the project is in substantial conformance with the comp plan. We're currently in the detailed design phase, working through a lot of the design details with VDOT, and then hopefully with your approval tonight, that will give us the ability to move forward with right-of-way authorization and starting to move utilities. Next, I'll talk about some public engagement that we've gone through. Approximately 2 years ago, we started meetings with individual property owners. We formed a steering committee with which we've had 3 meetings to gain feedback from local stakeholders. We had a public workshop, all focused on getting input from the public. We also had a public survey where we gave the public several options for providing bike and pedestrian improvements along Barracks Road. Had several meetings with the Place Committee as well as the Tree Commission at the time. We, at the end of last year, or actually the end of 2019, we had a public open house sharing the results of the survey results, and then met with City Council, had a final steering committee, and then just last month held our VDOT design public hearing virtually. Next, I'll go through some of the major design features of the project. Focusing in on the intersection of Barracks Road, Emmett Street intersection. On the right-hand side of the image, you'll see that we've added a second dual left turn lane. This allows for concurrent left turns for westbound left turns and eastbound left turns. That is focused on improving operations through the intersection. We've also proposed to incorporate a slip lane for the northbound right turn lane that will provide for shorter pedestrian crossings. One of the challenges with the intersection being skewed like that is to accommodate large tractor trailers and large trucks. So we feel like that will better accommodate large trucks as well as provide shorter crossing distances and refuges. The medians have all been widened to 6 feet, provide acceptable pedestrian refuge for all legs. We've realigned each of the crosswalks to further shorten the crossing distances for each crosswalk. And we've also, basically, we're replacing the entire traffic signal with an upgraded signal. Along Barracks Road, we had a strong focus on Barracks Road. One of the biggest things that we heard through public engagement was trying to preserve the tree canopy that gives Barracks Road its neighborhood feel. And so we sought to kind of repurpose some of the wide travel lanes out there. One of the biggest benefits of doing that is it not only seeks to maximize use of the right-of-way and minimize impacts to the property owners and trees, but also has a traffic calming effect. That was another thing that we heard was that enforcement of the 25-mile-an-hour speed limit on Barracks Road can be a challenge. With this, we're incorporating a 10-foot shared use path and a 3-foot grass buffer strip to allow for greater separation as well as roadway signage. And finally, we have a retaining wall that we're incorporating along pretty much the entire length to help minimize impact to the tree canopy as well. This is a picture of Barracks Road looking downhill close to Hilltop and Buckingham Road. Next. This rendering kind of shows the narrowing of the travel lane, the grass strip, the shared use path, as well as the sidewalk. The retaining wall. This wall will be a form liner brick pattern that you see here. We did, through the process, have a well-known manufacturer or form liner contractor provide a sample that was kept on one of the properties next door to allow people to come out and look at it, feel it, touch it, look at it, and get a feel for what this will look like when the project's finished. Next. Another interesting component of the project is the lighting. So as opposed to having traditional street lamps that run in the buffer strip, we want to try to limit the amount of lateral obstructions that we had adjacent to the turn lane, so we incorporated lighting into the wall. Next we'll get into some of the feedback and takeaways from the design public hearing. We had 35 people attend the virtual public meeting, and we received 33 comments. We did receive general and repeated support for the implementation of bike and pedestrian improvements along Barracks Road. Not unexpectedly, we did, rehear a lot of concerns about vehicle speeds and impact to the pedestrian safety crossing Barracks Road, which we tried to address with narrow travel lanes, trying to control and maintain that 25-mile-an-hour speed limit. We did hear concerns about the slip lane and its safety relative to pedestrians crossing. So we have signalized both the northbound and the southbound right turn slip lanes to provide a signalized stop condition for pedestrians across in those locations. We did have some concerns with a stand of hollies that exist along Buckingham Road, and so we're going to take some steps to minimize impacts to those. We also had concerns with where the Sharrow markings were terminating at Meadowbrook Road. The westbound lane will contain Sharrow markings, and so we're proposing to go ahead and extend those all the way to the intersection. And we also had concerns with, what a form liner type retaining wall might look like relative to real brick, and so that was the purpose behind having a contractor bring a sample out so that people had an opportunity to look and feel those. Next. So with that, we are recommending approval of the major design features as shown with the 3 changes that we heard most resoundingly. And those 3 changes being signalization of the southbound right turn lane. We had originally proposed to signalize the northbound slip lane, which is the new slip lane with the project. We're going to also signalize the southbound, which is an existing slip lane to provide equal level of protection. And like I had mentioned, adding the Sharrows all the way to the Barracks Road intersection, Emmett Street intersection, and minimizing impacts to the holly trees that I mentioned at Buckingham Road. So with that, I'll turn it over to council and answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Councilors, are there any questions?
I have one question. This comes up in the community feedback of, all these design projects, but I know there's that one separated multi-use path, but for the area where there's shared bike paths with the road, what are the reasons that those aren't protected bike lanes with a physical barrier between that lane and the cars? Is that driven by costs?
There was a lot of compromise made in the cross section that we implemented. Like I mentioned, the thing we heard more often than anything else was preserving the tree canopy, limiting impacts to the trees. And if you've driven through there, it's a beautiful road. I mean, there's tree canopies that hang over the road, and every tree. We basically sought to minimize as much as we could any impact, and the addition of a dedicated bike lane on that side would have added 5 feet of additional width to the overall cross section and pushed those improvements further into the trees on the south side. You may also be familiar, if you've driven through there along heading westbound, there's a very steep slope that heads up one side with a lot of trees that are basically growing into the slope and for all intents and purposes, holding that slope in place. And so if you ended up widening to the north side, you would be getting into impacting that slope having a lot of utility relocations and really having significant impact on the budget, which the budget would not be able to absorb a change like widening on the north side and the south side to provide that. So it all kind of comes back to minimizing the cross section to provide the best compromise for all the uses and maintaining or minimizing impacts to the trees.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
No, at this point, I feel pretty familiar with this whole project. Thank you for all the effort.
My pleasure.
All right, is there a motion?
I would move its approval.
A second?
Yeah.
Councilor Hill, was that a second?
Yeah, sorry, I just didn't know if we had I didn't see a formal ordinance, so yeah, second.
Ms. Thomas?
Mayor Walker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Councilor Hill,
Yes.
Councilor Payne,
Yes.
Councilor Snook.
Yes.
Right, that carries 5-0. Thank you all. I know this has been a process, but the design looks really good, and glad that everything's on track.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have an update on the disposition of the Lewis, Clark, Sacagawea, and Confederate statues and the ratification of the council's July 10th, 2021 decision. And this is one reading on the ratification.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Walker and council. As you stated, there's two separate items on this. One is just an update of where we are with receiving the letter statement of interest and proposals on acquisition of the Lewis and Clark Sacagawea statue. And then the second is to ratify actions that you had already taken. We held an emergency meeting in July, and this is just to confirm the approval to remove that statue and base on that date. On August 27th, we received the offers from, I believe we have 7 proposals from all around the country. I have included in your packet a list of those 7 proposals. They range from public entities to private entities and nonprofit, and even local government and Native American tribe that are interested in acquiring. They also range from a strict donation to a payment to the city as high as $325,000 for the acquisition of the sculpture and vase. All of the respondents did respond that they would move the statue and vase at their own cost as well. So those are before you. We aren't asking for any type of decision on this tonight. One of the things that I will be providing you, we've begun the process here, is identifying website links for each one of these entities interested in these this sculpture. We'll provide that to you. And the recommendation we would make is that a committee be formed with 1 or 2 council members to work with staff, and then with any community members who may choose to be involved, so that we could come back to you with a recommendation of the final disposition of this sculpture. There are quite a number of variables. It's not very easy to compare each one of these criteria. So having a community group to make the recommendation back to you, we feel would be of the best interest. And it would help to determine what council's priorities are for the final disposition of this sculpture. So that's just for you and for you to provide guidance to us, how you would like for us to come back with a recommendation of which one of these offers we should take, if any. The second, of course, is just to confirm the vote that you held previously in July on the removal of the statue and the base, which we did as we were moving the Confederate statues. And we've been storing the Lewis and Clark Sacagawea statue and base at the Lewis and Clark Museum and Activity Center at the Dardental Park. I will be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
So we are taking a vote to ratify the resolution.
That will need a vote on, and the other is just your guidance and how you'd like to move forward in trying to decide what the final disposition would be for the statue.
The final disposition is happening tonight, or?
No, ma'am. We just need your guidance on how you would like for us to come back and make a recommendation. And our recommendation is to have a small committee that could spend the next, I don't think it would take but a couple of weeks to review the proposals, compare the agencies and local governments that have asked, and come back to you.
I would say in terms of the disposition of the statue that I think seeing it, in its space in the park, I know that it is some community members' desire to have it there, but while I'm glad that it's no longer on Main Street, I do have concerns about that location too. But I also would hope that we wouldn't send it to another location either. So based on the information that I have here, I still have some concerns about all 7 proposals. But the committee, counselors, I think anything that would get us to final action, if that's if that's going to take the committee, then I agree. If I can agree to that.
One thing that may help is that if council is in consensus on that, a couple of volunteers, and we could move forward from council.
I'm happy to volunteer. If others feel stronger and want to be there, then that's fine too, but I am happy to volunteer. I believe the committee approach and having voices from our community is the correct approach.
I guess my thought is, fine with the committee if it helps us get to a decision. I would say, as I've said before, my only interest is in having the final disposition be to a group that's going to work closely with descendants of Sacagawea and the indigenous community to determine how it ends up and how it's contextualized and arranged permanently. I'm not really interested in options that aren't accomplishing that.
I guess I would generally agree with what Michael just said. I have noted from some of the comments that we've received that it appears as though the sentiment among the Native American community is not unanimous, and there are some members of the Native American community who have a different view of the statue and its significance and whether it's derogatory or not. I don't need to get into that. It's sufficient for me that somebody gets into it. And if that's to be this committee, that's great.
And just to answer maybe if there was a question there, it wasn't that certain members, unless you're talking about a different tribe, if you're talking about Sacagawea's descendants, there were younger members of the group who thought that if you could tell a different story, use it to prompt conversation that would change things, not that they didn't think it was derogatory.
Okay, I'll leave it at, there's a difference in how it ought to be treated and how it ought to be handled, So I would be in favor of establishing the committee we've talked about, and also I want to make sure we go ahead and ratify the July 10th decision.
I think there is maybe another counselor that they are maybe seeking to be on this committee.
Mayor, we could live with one.
I've been very involved in it, but I'm also not interested in participating in where symbolism is more important than day-to-day actions that we've seen throughout history. So I'm not volunteering for it. But I hope, as I have tried to maintain conversations with the family and made sure that they were here so that we would hear from them that whatever committee is formed, that they are, and any local members, one is right in the, city manager's office, a member of one local tribe, and there were two other members from the university that represented local tribes that have relationships with the families too. So I hope that they are Grace and I'm drawing a blank, but I can get those names if you all don't have them, but hopefully that you all make it a point to make sure they're involved too.
Okay.
Well, if there's a sense that we need to have two members of council, I'm willing to be the second. Don't feel, if somebody else wants to be the second, I would certainly defer.
All right, so the Councilor Snook and Vice Mayor McGill are your committee members, and Councilor Hill, are you gonna read the resolution?
I move we adopt a resolution to ratify City Council's July 10th, 2021 decision to remove and relocate city-owned statue depicting Meriwether Lewis, William Clark, and Sacagawea.
I'll second it.
I think I heard Vice Mayor McGill
Okay.
with the second.
Either one.
Armor Yasina.
Mayor Walker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Councilor Hill,
Yes.
Councilor Payne,
Yes.
Councilor Snook,
Yes.
Right. Thank you. That carries 5-0. Next up, we have the added item of a discussion of the ADA coordinator.
Thank you, Mayor. Our Deputy City Manager, Sam Sanders, is going to take this.
Good evening, Mayor Walker and councilors. This item is being brought to you in support of our effort to regain compliance with our ADA transition plan. As you know, in recent years, we've been challenged to maintain consistent long-term employment in the ADA coordinator position. We are internally working on a plan to transform our process to better workflow ADA inquiries. We're currently interviewing candidates for the coordinator position, and we expect to have someone who can manage the day-to-day and work to implement features of our new plan that will come for your approval in the near future. In the interim, I have asked Alex Ikafuna to serve as acting ADA coordinator. Alex is more than capable of managing this process while continuing to work in his current capacity. The goal is to immediately land some consistency, to receive inquiries, collect technical responses internally, coordinate official responses, and to really work with us on our revised plan for a better process. The need has been unmet for too long, and Alex will immediately join the internal working group to assist in planning a full update to our management of ADA inquiries and obligations. We expect to return to a permanent hire. We expect to return with a permanent hire for your approval in the coming weeks. The idea is to have that person work with Alex for a few weeks upon starting, and at that time, Alex will resume his other duties full time. And I'll welcome any questions that you may have at this moment.
Are there any comments?
So we're just approving this kind of interim plan.
Yes, it's a temporary stopgap so that we have an acting ADA coordinator identified.
And people may not remember that this is actually one of the very few such positions that is supposed to be actually named by council. So most of the time, staff is free to do what staff needs to do. In this particular instance, this particular job is one that the transition plan itself says we appoint. So I'm glad to have the appointment suggested to us so that we can now make it.
Right. Any other questions or comments? All right. Is there a motion?
I would move appointing Alex Acuna.
Is there a second?
Second.
And Ms. Thomas?
Mayor Walker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Hill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Snook,
Yes.
All right. Thank you. That carries. And Mr. Sanders, thank you. All right. Next up, we have, is there any other business? Councilors? No. All right. So I do have some questions for the council's follow-up, and I just want to ask the questions that I have asked and that I haven't received answers to. And some of the stuff that I don't think was cleared about the police chief position and whether they're answered or not, I would like them on the record. And I would just like for us to think about the fact that we just had a ADA coordinator board for us, and that we're asking for the permanent person to come back so that we know that these rules have been created by someone and that they can be changed by someone. So as we move forward, whatever long-term looks like, I hope that we keep that in mind. But my questions are based on what information has been presented by Mr. Brown and the platform that he has used, and that Bellamy Brown, and that process started and his collaboration, it seems, with the PBA, because he did not get the position with the PCRB. I asked staff repeatedly to address that because I felt targeted and Chief Brackney was targeted. And we were not, I wasn't even on the first panel, and unless I missed something, she could not make that decision in isolation. And so I would hope that one is made clear to him at some point, because it's not fair to leave that out, even though it should have been addressed a long time ago. But we also need to talk about that platform being used for this purpose, and that it was never addressed by staff. And based on the conversations that we've had today, If council needs to determine when council should respond to something or when the people with the most information is going to respond to it because they are our appointees, I would like an answer to that. The August 20th press release was also unsigned, and that was a concern where people thought this was something that the chief forced out. And so I would like a public response to who worked on that survey and why the name was left off of it. Specifically for the city manager, why wasn't your name on it? And if you didn't approve the press release, how did it reach the communications? This is not a incident where like Tyler is still here and they have their own press, and it's, you know, and that still was a collaboration with, you know, with our communication office. And I understand that part of the concerns and what has been put out in the community has been that Mr. Wheeler was out on vacation and Mr. Rice shouldn't have put the statement out. And if that is true, then I would like for somebody to answer that question. If it's untrue, I would like for someone to answer that question. I also have the question on what occurred between the August 20th press release and the August 30th press release. I would like to know when it was discussed for Major Mooney to take the interim position, and was the decision made to just place the chief on leave instead of totally firing her so that council would not have to appoint that position? Mr. Boyles, you said to me that there were 3 things that Major Mooney requested for his retirement. I would like for you to at least send that information to council if that is protected information. And how was his retirement able to be reversed so quickly? If that is personnel information, I think it is a question that council, even if it's in private, should be able to have the information on it. I would like to know how many meetings were had with Michael Wells, and if he was secretly recording Major Mooney, who has seen those tapes and what's on those tapes. As you all know, I sent the email that he sent to us to their the office, I guess their regional office in Georgia, and I got no reply about the information on their tapes directly to them. I don't think that that was something that did not influence this decision, and I think that is something that we should be able to ask. Already asked that one. I have questions around the direction that of reforms that everyone in there, Councilor Snook in his interview, Mr. Boyles, that you have said. And so if Chief Brackney was leading the organization with the most important factor, changing a police department and the way that the most vulnerable communities are treated by that police department, which there is not a higher goal that any of us should have than that. How was police officers' concerns, how did they trump that? And I would like an answer to that. I also would like some information, as I requested in my email, about how many police officers that were. If it was based on these surveys, I have a lot of questions about how it was determined that command equated chief, because it clearly was specific towards captains consistently, the internal survey. And then if we are factoring in the PBA survey that had grave concerns about both community and command, and what did you do to determine how valid those concerns were? And I think that should be a question that we would hopefully have the answer to by the time that we're asking anyone else to take this position seriously, especially if we think, and I don't know how we are going to get anyone who is reform oriented. I know I'm probably missing something because I am exhausted, but I have sent emails with a ton of questions too. So I would like those emails and the questions that I asked in the emails, especially related to how it was determined that officers' concerns were valid. Were there exit interviews? The information Heather is refuting that there were 8 individuals talked to. Who are those individuals? Should you be able to keep external sources secret in a decision this grave? And if so, why? I think between that and the emails that I sent that I would like answers to, that should be a starting point for my questions. Is there any other questions?
I would only add what specific plan and steps and actions will be taken to ensure that reforms that have been happening are not rolled back, and how, again, what specific plan and steps will be taken to ensure that the department, as I mentioned earlier, does not reverse course in terms of its relationship with JADE, certain data reporting, disciplinary actions, et cetera.
And I had questions around in terms of supervision of the positions. If there is, in terms of meeting with the chief and former chief, Dr. Brackney, and informing her of the concerns that you had, the feedback that was given to you from these internal, external sources, and why on September 1st, if this has been an ongoing discussion, if you didn't want the public to tie what had been going on for weeks, which shouldn't have been allowed to linger, why the decision that day and in that way? All right, Mr. Wheeler, I'll turn it over to you for matters by the public.
Thank you, Mayor Walker. We're at Matters by the Public. If you'd like to address council on any topic, please click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar to get in line. Each person will have up to 3 minutes to address council. Our first speaker is Ange Khan. Ange, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Hi, thanks. So first, I want to thank you for demonstrating to the community why police reform doesn't work and how benefactors of oppressive institutions will at any cost uphold white supremacy. You, along with your cohorts, have made a firm case for dismantling the CPD. Listening to the comments and concerns in tonight's meeting, the counselors that refuse to answer questions posed by the public or otherwise, opting out of vital concerns that our community members have because it makes you feel uncomfortable, especially in regards to decisions that will impact them and their loved ones, is not an option for you all. So that's all I have to say on that. On another note, I do have some questions regarding housing vouchers. My first question is, why is there a 3-month time frame for recipients to use their vouchers? Is this time frame for every recipient? My second question is, how are these time frames determined? My third question is, low-income housing is scarce in Charlottesville. Was this taken into consideration when putting these timeframes in effect? My fourth question is, how many people have lost their housing voucher due to these timeframes? Barrier questions on rental applications, not having the funds for application fees, and or lack of housing options. My fifth question, are there rental application assistance funds available other than, well, I don't think there are any actually. So are there rental application assistance funds, or is there a plan to form some type of funding for rental applications, since the vouchers are being given to low income individuals? We cannot expect them to be paying $35.
Did she get disconnected?
Looks like she dropped off, Mayor Walker.
Okay, I see that Mr. Sales is on here. I think they are important, especially when we're talking about in this climate home. Do we mind elevating him for a second well, she's back. We want to see if she's finished and then let him answer that in case it's some immediate need.
Oh, I'm definitely finished. I'm just watching white supremacy and patriarchy work at one time. But yes, I'm done.
All right, thank you. Mr.
Yeah, I'll bring on John Sales.
Okay.
Mr. Sales, you're on with council.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Good evening, council. So to answer Ms. Collins' question, federal policy initially gives 60 days for voucher holders to search for housing. They can get up to another 60 days for an extension if they are unable to find housing in the first 60 days. The current funding does not allow for security deposit assistance or application assistance to waive fees. But with the new housing vouchers, which are the emergency housing vouchers through HUD, we have 15 of them. We're working with TJAC to issue those. That funding does provide security deposit assistance and application assistance fees to help waive some of the fees, and also some utility allowance deposit fees and funds, and housing assistance. So if a family needs assistance finding housing, we can hire someone or work with another agency to help them find housing. But that's only for the emergency housing voucher. Our typical voucher does not have the additional funds behind it to provide those additional services or waived fees for security deposit or application. And the other questions about the number of families that have had to turn in their voucher, I can't give that information right now. Now I have to go look that up. But I can try to gather the information by the next council meeting.
Okay, thank you.
We've got 8 hands raised. Our next speaker is Tanisha Hudson, who will be followed by Don Gathers. Tanisha, you're back on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
I want to focus on a couple of things. First and foremost, I'm glad Mr. Sales is on here. I'm also glad the housing issue came up. Let's discuss how Ashley and Sam are telling CRHA they need to find their own funding and lean away from getting funding from the city. That's unacceptable. We house most of the low-income people in Charlottesville Redevelopment Housing Authority. And before you come to a new city and try to make demands about where people should get funding from, and they should lean away from the city, you should know why we're in this position anyway, number one. Number two, Cena, you said you support the city manager and this is his job and you need to, that you all should allow him to do his job. Did you feel that way about Richardson? Because weren't you the one that told Richardson, take your money and go take care of your family? Didn't you say that? I think you did. And I think that this is very similar to Richardson's situation where you all were having these secret meetings because Heather, Nakaya, Murphy, Baxter, Daly, and everybody else, Teresa Weissmore, Kaki Demick, and everybody else that wanted him out of here, y'all did the same secret meetings. So we can't advocate for one Black leader and we leave the rest of them out. And none of you advocated for Letitia Shelton to stay. It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable. Heather, you didn't influence the decision. You definitely influenced the decision with Richardson, and you know you did. Lloyd, confidentiality. You shared so much stuff in the 9 minutes that you did that WINA interview. You shared so much stuff. 1 minute you said y'all didn't know. The next minute you said you knew it was coming for months. Which one is it? Which one is it? Y'all all petty. You support Chip's decision, but you're scared of a big black man. You support Chip's decision, but you're scared of a black police chief. You support Chip's decision, but you question hesitant being a fire chief. It is sickening. All of y'all should just go ahead and give it up. Just walk away. Just walk away. Chip, you left out a lot of information when I talked to you, and you know you did. And you ain't gonna call me no more because you know you messed up. You know you messed up, big time. You had the final say in that press release. It was on you. And while everybody keep trying to throw shots over at Mooney, they need to throw them at you because you were her boss. You had the final say. You were the boss of the police chief. It's sickening. And while y'all want to point the finger and do all this extracurricular stuff that don't matter, what are your solutions? What are you going to do to stabilize the city? Tell your new people that you brought here, that you hired, that the last thing they should be doing is telling somebody about funding that houses more than 80% of the poor people in this city. It's unacceptable. Tell them to go stop funding Sunshine and PHA and AHIP. Tell them that.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Don Gathers, who will be followed by Michael Wells. Don, you're back on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, and good evening again. I greatly appreciate the questions that Mayor Walker posed. They're very poignant and important questions, and I hope that she and the community gets answers to those. I had one other question or comment, or however you would like to view it. If we are truly geared towards and interested in racial equity and diversity and inclusion, why did we not just go ahead and it's not a slight on Officer Mooney, but why not just let him go ahead into his retirement and appoint Captain Durrett or Major Durrett to the position of interim chief? He has some 30 plus years on the force. He's in a command position. And I just don't understand why we didn't look at least or consider appointing him to that position. Since Mr. Mooney, Officer Mooney or interim chief Mooney had already indicated his desire to retire. If we can't claim to be interested in racial equity, inclusion, and diversity on one hand, and then not take the opportunity to actually put it in practice on the other. So I would like to add that to the list of the mayor's questions that we would like to have answered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Wells, who will be followed by Katrina Turner. Michael, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Good evening, council. My name is Michael Wells. I'm the president of the Central Chapter of the Police Benevolent Association, of which we have 700 members. I'm also the senior vice president for the Virginia PBA, which has over 8,000 members. I come to you this evening, and I wanted to first acknowledge Mr. Boyles for doing the right thing and a good job. And I know it was a tough decision to make, but it's the right decision for the city community, as well as the police department. When Major Jim Mooney decided that he was going to retire, that just furthered the concern that the PBA members had about the conditions at the Charlottesville Police Department. The survey we conducted, along with the survey that the city conducted last year, speak for themselves. Conditions had not been improving. This is a leadership issue for Dr. Brackney, not a race issue, as she so quickly likes to claim with anyone who disagrees with her. Dr. Brackney co-authored an editorial that appeared in the Daily Progress on August 29th, 2021, titled Lessons from Charlottesville, Using Science to Change Public Safety. She asserts that she has provided procedural justice and implicit bias training for officers. She outlines policy and training goals that have value and are continuation to the efforts started there by former Chief Longo well before the Unite the Right rally. Unfortunately for Dr. Brackney, the Police Benevolent Association Climate Survey is largely focused not on policy, but internal procedural justice issues. Internal procedural justice is addressed in President Obama's task force to 21st century policing as an integral part of promoting the acceptance of and voluntarily acceptance with department policy. It also promotes more positive community interactions. The issue of internal procedural justice has yet been addressed by Dr. Brackney. As a reminder, procedural justice involves treating people with dignity and respect, giving individuals a voice during encounters, being neutral and transparent in decision-making, and conveying trustworthy motives. Reading the results of the climate surveys contradicts these tenets of procedural justice. Also from the task force findings were internal procedural justice refers to practices within an agency and relationships officers have with their colleagues and leaders. Research on internal procedural justice tells us that officers who feel respected by their supervisors and peers are more likely to accept departmental policies, understand decisions, and comply with them voluntarily. It follows the officers who feel respected by their organizations are more likely to bring this respect into their interactions with people they serve. Further implicit bias takes on many forms. Dr. Brackney should examine her own blind spots for how her behaviors, not race or policy, have influenced officer perceptions of her. This is also using science to change public safety. I just wanted to tell you guys that you have a real issue in Charlottesville City. You have a few people that speak up all the time, and those people garner your attention all the time. Now I'm going to be one of those people because I'm involved. I want to be involved. I want the city to have a good chief. I wish it would have worked out with Dr. Brackney, but it did not. And that's not our fault. I tried to meet with her on several occasions. She denied me that right. Now she's gone. Now the city is left with Assistant Chief Mooney, who I hope you guys will rally behind the officers in blue and tell them that you respect them and you want them to do a good job and you appreciate them. They want to feel appreciated by city councilors. So if there's any hope of this city gaining ground and making a difference, then you need to get behind your officers in blue. They don't go out and target people of color. They do target people who break the law. You have cameras on your officers. They should be held accountable when they handle themselves inappropriately. And the PBA will have your back on that. We do not condone anyone who has misconduct. It's just the contrary. So thank you guys for your time. And again, I appreciate you, Mr. Boyles, for what you're doing to try and make a better city.
I have a question. Are you open to questions?
Sure.
So are you saying that the information that was received about you secretly taping,
I'm not saying anything. I haven't. What are you asking about that? What do you want to know about?
Did you secretly tape him?
I'm not going to answer that.
And did you use that information from those tapes to threaten the city manager?
Ms. Walker, I've offered to meet with you on several occasions. If you'd like to meet with me,
I'm asking you a question. You just came on here and said that you're open to.
I am open.
Okay, so we're talking. You just shared. I'm asking you a question.
I'm not like you. I don't air everything on Facebook or otherwise.
Okay.
So if you'd like to talk privately, I'll be glad to do that professionally.
Can I ask another question?
You just did.
I think that internal procedural justice is more important than healing the wrongs that have been done by policing in this community.
I think if you want your police officers to take on other policies and procedures that you have to have buy-in from them. And I don't
So
think
we have to.
and you
so
have to
reform.
respect them as well. You have to
So
respect your
21st
officers as
century
well.
reform, you think that our focus should be getting buy-in from police?
I think your focus should be safe streets, because there's about every other night you have shootings now. I think
So
your
again-
focus needs to be on supporting your officers.
So you think throughout the history of policing that there hasn't been a need for reform?
No, I think it's important for officers to have confidence in their command in order to be most effective. And effective officers are what you need and deserve. The city's
I'm
been shot
asking
up
you
with
to speak
regularity
to-
lately, and you can't afford a police department with limitless internal distractions and non-existent morale. There's a lot of work to be done.
So
If you're not
those
ready to do the work,
surveys-
then get out of the way.
The surveys talked about the reform was causing that low.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. How long have you been a cop?
I'm telling you what I read. Your
Okay.
survey also said that both the citizens of this community and
That's right.
were a problem.
That's right. You don't have,
Okay.
they need support. They need support from the community.
So
in
you
order to be
think it's
effective.
more important?
No,
Be
I think the
concerned about
community
the
is what's
feelings?
most important.
You
The
didn't let me
community is
finish.
what's most important, and that means everyone, every race and every color, not just black and brown.
No, but
Everyone.
so
everyone.
the community that's most affected by racist policing practices, you don't believe?
What is your basis? Where are your facts about racist policing? Where is that? Provide it. Provide it to me.
You just talked about the 21st century policing. You know.
I sure did.
So why did President Obama institute that task force?
I think we know why.
Tell me.
Good day, Mayor. Have a nice night.
Yeah. That's what y'all just signed on for. And y'all should be ashamed. Because as I told you in closed session, they're not coming for your kids. They're not going to target you. At all. That report was not done to get police buy-in for them to stop being racist. Have any of you read it? Heather, have you read the report? Yes or no?
Which report are you referring?
Have you read President Obama's report on 21st century policing?
Not in detail, no.
Counselor Snook, have you read the report?
I have many times.
And is the primary objective of that report for internal procedural justice?
No, but it does acknowledge that that's got to be an important part of the whole package.
To get people to buy into reform? I have the
yes.
report. I wasn't ready for this discussion, but I missed a whole lot. Vice Mayor McGill, have you read the report?
No, and I never implied I had.
I didn't say you had. I'm asking you. You just supported a decision. You just heard from a person who's been spending weeks.
I supported a decision made by our city manager.
And that
is what I supported.
By the person you just heard. And are you?
And I do not believe that.
Okay, great. Counselor Payne, have you read the report?
I have, but it's been a few years. But it underlines, again, my major concern about what specific steps and assurances are there going to be to ensure we don't see a return to a mode of policing that doesn't even reflect that document, which at this point is also, there's reforms beyond that document as well.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wooler.
Our next speaker is Katrina Turner, who will be followed by Rosia Parker. If you'd like to get in line, please click the raise hand icon. Katrina, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Just listening to all this bull fucking shit has got my daggum blood boiling right now. Cena McGill, you are a sorry ass, no good piece of shit. I'm gonna tell you that right
Ms. Turner, Ms.
I'm
Turner?
sorry, but Cena has done something. I'm sorry. I apologize. But Cena, everything, I'm going to tell you, you are, every last one of you on that board who refuses to talk about this. You need to speak up about this. Because I'm going to tell y'all, it's been so many freaking complaints. But you choose to pick the complaints that the police who have freaking, oh my God, who have destroyed this daggum community. You have chosen to believe the police over the citizens and what has gone on. This is so full of bull crap. Everything that you all ran for, I'm going to tell you, karma is a B. Can't cuss. Karma is a B. It's going to come back at every last one of y'all. I'm going to tell you that right now. Because for you all to choose the police over the citizens and what the citizens have gone through, I'm going to tell you what's so bad. Bellamy Brown, he the chair of the PCRB. 16 complaints. What do you think the people who have complained to the CRB about the police gonna think? What do you think right now that they think about Bellamy Brown, the head of the CRB, okay? Rooting for the police. You got all these complaints on the CRB, but you got the chair of the CRB rooting for the police. So what do these people who have filed complaints with the CRB, what are they supposed to think when the head of the chair of the CRB want to pound for the police? You all need to get y'all stuff together. Every last one of you. Your damn devil horns are showing. Your devil horns are showing. You all need to get yourselves together. Because if you think you fighting for the black and brown community, oh, y'all mistaken. You need to get yourself together.
Thank you.
Next up is Rosia Parker. We'll try her microphone again, and then she'll be followed by Nancy Carpenter. Rosia, are you there?
Good evening.
Hello.
As a Black mother, I am very distraught. Very. Heather Hill, Lloyd Snook, Miss Cena, I appreciate if y'all could look at me, look into the camera. Because as I've been looking at y'all all evening, when it's been coming to talking about things that don't concern y'all or y'all's babies, I see that y'all have no connection to the people. I see that y'all are doing this mostly for political gain. Lord, you're looking to be the mayor. Heather, you just don't give a damn because you're fighting for the police regardless. Cena, I just don't understand. I mean, from 2017, when your husband was beaten in the head with them kids and people lost their lives and the police stood down and we were fighting and we were supposed to have been doing this and that and y'all don't have no discussion. And for you to say you're tired, I'm tired. We're tired. We're tired of these gunshots. We're tired of not being able to be listened to as a community. When y'all let that Black man go, y'all are reaping what y'all sow and y'all are sowing what y'all reap. Because when I kept applying for the PCRB as a person who has been through the struggle and who is still going through it, who was capable to be transparent, maybe if we had kept Richardson, instead of y'all firing him behind Bull and my protest when I was trying to bring my people out, so that we can say what we needed to say. Maybe also with, I don't really like I didn't like the chief, but I was willing to be transparent for the greater good of my people, because that's who y'all are harming. Y'all are harming my children, my grandchildren, and the generations to come, which have already been afflicted for 400 years. We're still being over-policed now that Mooney is taking place. As we're speaking, we're constantly having police going up and down the street now that the shots are being rang out. Y'all need to do something for the community. Y'all need to do something. Y'all are only reaping what y'all have sown, but y'all are hurting the community. I applied for that PCRB because I put sweat and tears and was right there beside that girl when she died. And I was, the whole summer of hate, I was followed. I was being, where I had to watch where I was going, my family, me, I was ready to die for my people. Are y'all willing to die for anything that is black or brown? No, because y'all don't have to live in that type of environment. That is not of you. Lloyd, you put too many of our blacks away. Heather, you kiss ass with the black folks. Cena, you came in the black folks community to say what you was gonna do, and you ain't did nothing that you gonna say you're gonna do. Chip, I don't know how you got in there. I don't know how you got in there. But it wasn't because the people put you there, because none of y'all have listened to any of the people. Because any of us black folks that have come to you, that have put our life on the line, y'all have not listened to nay one of us. So you're gonna reap what you sow, and you're gonna sow what you reap, because every single one of y'all get what you deserve, because y'all should have left Richardson in place. Because Brackney might have been a different type of woman. Maybe she could have came off as a better person, but y'all put the police over the people, and they're still harming us. Are y'all crazy? Do y'all really understand?
Thank you, Ms. Parker.
Next up is Nancy Carpenter, who will be followed by T. Rahr. Nancy, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. So many things to talk about, but the first thing that really brought me to raise my hand was in response to Ange Khan's question about application fees. And if she's still on the call or on the line, if she could get in touch with me, I might have, not everybody, but I might be able to help out some people. That's number one. Number two, I wanted to say, I appreciate you all on the consent agenda supporting the appointment of Hansel Aguilar as our new executive director for the PCRB. The one thing, Chip, that I want to make sure that continues that Dr. Brackney had started is some deep data release that he will need in order to do a good job for the citizens of this community. Okay, so I'm going to be watching that and watching to see what interim officer, chief, deputy, whatever Mr. Mooney does during the time that he is bridging the gap between what you all did and what is going on now, because we'll still need to have that data. We don't need to see it dry up. So I hope that I have your commitment on maintaining that flow of data. Okay. We will have a PCRB meeting Thursday at 6:30. I hope some people will register on the Zoom, because I certainly, as a member of that board, want to hear a robust conversation from folks that have brought up issues tonight and other folks who may not have had time to voice their opinion on the strange bedfellows that the PBA and the PCRB seem to be manifesting. And the other thing is, I do have to say that as a white person, it does not look like Black leadership has done very well here. It just seems like there is something going on in the background that has caused a lot of these folks to leave positions of authority. And it seems like we are starting to roll back from the manifestation of the energy that came out of 2017. So I hope that, all of you with your time remaining on this council follow through with that energy and actually commit to doing a little bit of more navel gazing and figure out what it is that you're doing to create barriers for, folks of color to be successful in this city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is T. Rohrer, who will be followed by Forrest Callan. T, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes. I want to commend you all on your patience. I think you've taken a lot of abuse tonight. I am on a city council, and I think I want to commend you for your service. And I think Heather Hill and Lloyd Snook are especially good, very articulate. And I wanted to know what I could do to liberate the monuments to two great American heroes that are in Charlottesville. I was told that that decision would be made tonight when I called today to the city office. And is there any answer to that? What I might be able to do to apply for those monuments to those two great American heroes and patriots?
And T, I know it sounds like I was one of the people you spoke to, and I'll just interrupt.
Okay.
I'll just
Thank
interrupt there, Mayor Walker, and just say that what I shared with you was that the city manager would be sharing information on the request for proposals related to the Lee and Jackson statues, and we would email you that information.
Okay, so nothing's being decided tonight?
Nothing tonight on that.
Nothing tonight. So in the next few days, I'll be emailed something?
I don't know if Mr. Boyles has that schedule nailed down.
We have enough that we can send information.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Dr. Forrest Calland, who will be followed by Gloria Beard. Forrest, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Perfect. Thank you all so much for your time and attention. I really have the utmost respect for the work that all of you are doing in this incredibly trying time. I've been in Charlottesville since 1997, and I can appreciate how challenging it is. I guess I can't even really appreciate how challenging it is to simultaneously manage the task of administrating a city, balancing personnel issues, leadership issues, and an absolute travesty of a cultural and historical heritage that you're trying to balance as you work these issues out with the departure of the police chief. So kudos to all of you for engaging in this. I'm signing back on because as you may recall, I was talking about the issue about cars and the proximity dispatching. And the one thing that I heard in Dr. Smith's statements was a conversation about a planned work group, I believe on September 20th, to go over the current state of the EMS system and a plan for its future needs. If we can all agree that Charlottesville Albemarle Rescue Squad has, for the last 10 years, including the last year, provided more than 80% of all EMS care in the city of Charlottesville, I was wondering whether or not you can tell me if CARS is going to also be attending that September 20th work group meeting. Are they invited? Will we be a stakeholder at that meeting? If not, why not?
So from the information that the attorney just gave, and Ms. Robertson, if you want to come back on, this is a time for council to be briefed on the direction, and then the next steps will be determined. But if I didn't hear that correctly?
No, that's correct. The presentation is scheduled to be made at your next regular meeting at the 4 o'clock session, which is a time when City Council receives reports. But that is a public meeting, and CARS and all of the other members of the Charlottesville community have the ability to tune in and to listen to that presentation. It is everyone's hope that we can have a meeting that would include both the city manager and the fire chief, and if CARS wishes, their attorney and myself, so that these discussions can be had at a productive level. But the meeting at which the fire chief will be making his presentation is a 4:00 report to the city council, and that is the forum that that particular presentation will be made in.
I totally hear you on that point. I guess I'm wondering if CARS is the primary provider of EMS care in the city. Why would you be getting a report from an agency that provides less than 25% of that service in the city and not have CARS at least contribute to that report? It just doesn't make sense to me.
Mr. Boyles,
the question that I would present is why City Council may not receive a report from its own fire chief regarding the fire chief's direction of EMS services within the city of Charlottesville. So again, all of this needs to be worked out through a series of discussions, but there is, certainly an appropriate opportunity for City Council to be briefed by its own fire chief about the work that he is trying to do.
That entirely makes sense to me. Can I just make one last comment, which is that one of the things that was stated during the last session was that the meeting was canceled with the fire chief as a result of the letter that we sent to the fire chief. And the reason that we sent the letter was because he canceled the meeting. The letter that we sent occurred after he canceled the meeting to talk about these issues. So I can somebody clarify, did we have how did I misunderstand that timeline?
So Mr. Boyles, Chief Smith's hand is up?
Chief Smith would be the appropriate person to answer that for us, Mayor.
Chief Smith, you're on with council.
Yeah, my camera is available as well.
I'll bring you over as a panelist. Go ahead and turn on your camera, Dr. Smith.
I apologize for the, are you able to hear me okay?
We can.
Yeah.
All right. While others, and I pardon the lighting, while others have the opportunity to meet with council, after my 9 months of being here, this is my first opportunity as the fire chief to provide them a report. So I think it'd be most appropriate and respectful if I have that opportunity. I think most would agree.
And the question that was asked was just centered around the letter that they received. And I think there have been 2 letters, or at least 2 letters that I received. But whether they said they sent, I don't know if it's the first or second letter, but they said they sent the letter in response to the meeting being canceled. So.
Yeah, that is actually correct. The meeting was canceled based on the advice that had been provided. And certainly the circumstances prior to that and the disrespectful nature of the letter actually was really one that really made me more so concerned about the dialogue and how the collaboration was going to move forward.
So in terms of the advice that was given, you're talking about the advice from the city manager or the city attorney?
A combination of the two. It was important for me to have a meeting with them to decide the path forward, because going into a meeting by myself with 2 or 3 or 4 CARS members wasn't the most appropriate thing, especially when they have retained legal counsel. So it was most appropriate to cancel the meeting and reschedule it for another time.
Are there any other questions for Chief Smith? All right, I think I look forward to hearing the report and getting information on the 20th, and I hope that we can reach some agreement.
Mayor Walker, our next speaker is Gloria Beard, who will be followed by Kate Fraley. Gloria, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Well, I don't have a lot to say now, but I've listened to all this tonight, and I really, really feel so filled up. It's horrible, and I want to thank Mayor Walker for things he said. And I've been praying, and you know, one prayer I made since all this stuff been going down, not just last week, but all for a while in Charlottesville. I just hope now they give the fire chief a chance. Please don't let me hear next time he's gone. Please, y'all work with these people. Work with us. I mean, we were some very smart, educated Black people. We might not have a whole lot of degrees, but we can get the work done. If people work with us, it looks like they're always working against us for some reason. I work for the university. That's where I retired from. Y'all wouldn't know the racism I've encountered all those years. But you know, it didn't stop me because I love people. I'm a people person. And I love my elderly people. I'm still working with the elderly in this town. We started our own little project, me and Katrina. We take care of the older people because they are the forgotten people. These people living like in Midway Manor. They all know that they still have a problem with the elevators. Them old people with walkers. Come on, y'all. Somebody, I know y'all can't do anything, but somebody got to step in. Who's going to help those old folks? And I ask God every night, don't let a fire ever break out there in any of these places. So y'all have to wake up. We got to work together. And I want to know how you're going to feel if you get to heaven and you see that God was Black. Would you care, or would you rather go on down to hell? We got to work together, people. It's a new generation. I got 11 grandchildren and 3 great-grandkids, and most of them are male. I don't want to have the fear I have for my sons when they go outdoors. Well, they're going to get back here. And I'm not saying the police have done a lot of bad things, but they ain't been so good either. Because I remember I lived in Garrett Square for 11 years, and I seen some of those cops really, really torment the Black people there. And I seen this with my own eyes. So, you know, you can take up for them all you want, but I don't trust them because I keep up with the newspaper. So I would hate to call the police. Next thing I knew, they don't threw me down and broke me all up. I'm already broke up. You see what I'm saying? They manhandle people. Y'all please work with us and respect Nakaya. You might not like her, like she said, but she is your leader. Respect this woman. It don't make sense. This is awful. I ain't never, God, the older I get, the worse life is. Sometimes I'll be glad when I get to heaven, if God will have me. Because living here is like hell. I have never seen nothing like it. And everybody look like, it don't bother you. But I hope you pray on this stuff, because God will. I'm going to tell you what I know, what I've seen in my life. He will take care of you. You'll reap what you sow, like the other child said. Thank you, Mayor Walker. I just feel for you. I don't know. I couldn't do it. I think I would have been gone because I'm ready to go. I'll be honest with you. I'm ready to leave this town because it ain't for me. I'm too old for the foolishness. Thank you all. Good night.
Thank you, Ms. Beard.
Next up is Kate Fraley. Kate, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
So I want to respond to something Councillor Payne said about how are we going to make it so the community thinks that what reform measures Dr. Brackney started would continue. And one of the best ways all of you can help show the community that reform is going forward is to work pretty swiftly and transparently about the ordinance and hearing procedures that the PCRB has sent to you. I hope those will be done and voted on unanimously by the council in the next couple of months. But I hope that that process, as you discuss it, is transparent. The second thing about the PCRB is I hope that you appoint Rosia Parker to the board. She's been trying to get back on it. She was a valuable member in the first iteration, and she has many people in the community who she represents. The third thing is a question for the city manager. When does Mr. Hansel Aguilar start? Do you know that?
I believe it's the 27th.
Of this month?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the last thing is about Michael Wells' comments. I think he's been drinking a lot of Kool-Aid. If he thinks that the police don't target, there's huge evidence nationally, locally, statewide that police departments target Black and brown people. Our own disproportionate minority contact report showed that. So it seems obvious tonight that he represents, well, anyway, you heard him. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, Katrina Turner's raised her hand a second time. I'm going to skip her and go to Walt Heineke. Whoops. Sorry, Abby Guskin, I accidentally clicked you. If you would raise your hand, please raise it again. Walt Heineke, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I've been listening today and watching what's been going on. And, you know, you leave Charlottesville for a month and it all goes to pot. And it's disappointing to see what's going on here. I understand that that City Manager Boyles has the authority to do what he needs to do in terms of hiring and firing. But really, when it comes to these kinds of issues in post-2017 Charlottesville, why not discuss these kinds of issues with the council before you make such a decision and get input? It's ridiculous to do this in such a way that it was done. There was no transparency. There's no accountability. And it's just not the way we should be doing business in Charlottesville after 2017. This kind of smacks to me of institutional racism. I appreciate that the mayor has stepped forward to basically raise issues that nobody wants to talk about, that we should be talking about. And it's just disappointing to see how this is unfolding from afar. You know, the police chief was never a strong proponent of the Police Civilian Review Board until recently. I saw a statement that she made that basically said that she was in favor of a strong, professionally trained Police Civilian Review Board. And I got to ask myself, is that the reason why she was fired? Is that really the reason behind all this, that we're getting close to a civilian accountability over the police and the PBA doesn't like it, and somehow the PBA is influencing City Hall in a way that it shouldn't happen before? I've seen it happen before with the Chamber of Commerce. And it's disappointing if that's what's really going on here. So I ask you to really think hard about these kinds of processes and decisions because they don't get us where we need to be in terms of a post-2017 Charlottesville, which is a leader nationally in anti-racism. So I hope that going forward, that you all see this as an opportunity to vote for the strongest possible ordinance for civilian oversight that you can possibly input with the state's new authority that has been given to localities to create PCRBs with disciplinary power and civilian oversight and community engagement. This will be an opportunity for you to put your money where your mouth is in terms of anti-racism in this community and serving and supporting this community. So again, it's extremely disappointing to see these kinds of decisions being made in the way that they're being made without transparency. So do better. You can do better. I know you can do better. And I hope you all start to think about doing better because, we're running out of time. And we're supposed to be an example for the rest of the country. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Abby Guskin. Abby, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. I can go on and on after what Kate and Walt just said, so I'm not going to repeat myself. I just absolutely positively agree with everything they had to say. The only one on this council right now is Mayor Walker. Had lots of questions, had lots of engaging questions for council and for the community, and the community got absolutely nothing. So Mayor Walker, thank you for asking all the important questions that you did. Chip Boyle, I don't know what to say to you. You, the person that we want to hear most from, you sit there and you look like you are absolutely frozen. This just stinks of racism. Everything is done behind closed doors. There is no transparency for the city whatsoever. The gentleman, Mr. Wells or whoever, that was just the most disgusting display of verbiage I have heard. For him to even say that the police are not harming the Black and brown community that we have here is just BS. And it's getting to the point where this whole city is falling apart. There's still no transparency on why Dr. Richardson has left and all of the other people that followed suit. There are 9 people plus, and I'm sure there's plenty more that are leaving also. I know this is not an easy job for any of you to do, but someone has to step up. And Mr. Boyles, you are now the city manager. This is your responsibility to make it right, to be transparent with this community, to stop all the nonsense and look like you're just frozen, like you won't even engage with the people that are asking you questions. And that's not fair. That's not fair for the community members, and you're not doing anybody any justice whatsoever. Heather, you're out of here, so you've tapped out. So I don't even know what to say to you. Sina, you look like you've had a headache from now until whenever, and you don't want to say anything. I've never seen somebody roll their eyes so much or cover their face. It's just sad. It just really is. And our city manager has to do better. You have to, if you don't want to do this job, please call back the people that would love to just put the city back together and do better for its members. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, there are no new hands. We have hands raised again by Tanisha Hudson and Rosia Parker.
It's just the one time, to speak. So are there no additional? Okay. Counselors, any questions? Comments? Okay. I hope just the Michael Wells piece, I hope you all sit with that. Really sit with it. And then Heather and Lloyd, the fact that someone who thinks that the 2 statues are great, who identifies with you, I know you all have a hard time when I am trying to sometimes share with you what racism looks like, and you all try to tell me what you're not. But the person who just thinks that the 2 statues that were in the park are great and is advocating to get those, commended y'all. Ms. Johnson, hand is up.
Joe Johnson, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Can you hear me? Is that
We
on
can.
mute? Okay. Some of the behavior that I am seeing tonight does not surprise me. What does surprise me is that you all are displaying this for the whole country to see. I know that Nakaya asks a lot of questions. It's the questions that we ask. But see, when you're dealing with racism or hidden racism, folks can't deal with those questions. When I hear the fire chief says that he had correspondence that was disrespectful, it just shows that here again, it may not be you 4 counselors who are disrespectful. It may be the people that are in these different agencies who are disrespectful to the fire chief. So here again, you can always already see the picture on the wall who the next target is going to be. Lord, you ran on your campaign, you ran on bringing everything back to civility. Folks, if y'all didn't understand what that meant, it's being played out now. Heather, everybody say you've checked out. I don't think you checked out. You just ain't gonna be on council no more. You're still gonna be involved. But Michael, you were so vocal. I admired you so much when you were in council and you were being so vocal about injustice. And I hope and pray, Kingston, stop. I hope and pray that I can see some of that of you again, because somehow, something has diminished that. Cena, I just don't know. But one thing I do want to say is that the disrespect that I see that goes out to our African-American leader, the mayor, tells everything. It just tells everything. I understand she asks a lot of hard questions. I do the same thing, and most people don't like me either because I keep it 100. And so because of that, I'm a black sheep or I'm in a different, but you got to ask those questions. When you represent, you have to ask those questions. And as far as the police, you got some good cops, you got some bad cops. Most of the time it's bad cops. I can tell you what I see in West Haven. The daytime police treat our community totally different from the evening police and the night shift police. Something is seriously wrong there. And the way the gentleman from that other treated the mayor, if she was white, you all would have spoke up and said, no, you cannot address her that way. Shame on you all. Shame on you all.
Thanks, Ms. Johnson.
Mayor Walker, we have another hand raised. This is Val Washington. Val, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes. How about now?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Valerie. I am a long-term resident of Charlottesville, born and raised. And I also have a 10-year-old son who will be turning 11 soon. And I am very upset and fearful of what I just heard in terms of policing, because while my child went to school with some of your children, he has to worry about a lot more than your children. And the police conversation, knowing that my child is cute now, but he's going to grow up to be a big black man, and what we just heard is just crazy. And if y'all don't hear the verbiage in what that man had to say, and how it does not affect your children, but will affect mine, there's a problem there. So I hope if you're not vocal about it now, you actually see or heard what he had to say and how he thought about policing in Charlottesville. Thank you.
Thank you. That person already spoke too, right?
Correct.
All right, counselors, any closing question, comments? All right, meeting adjourned.